Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today, guys? Give me a second. I'm just wrapping up the daily. I was waiting for some data. What's up? Please. How's everyone doing? Think about some puts for the next 24 hours. Something to think about. What's the volume? 39K. It's falling off hard. Max pain for no reason. Besides, people like to see it. Shares to borrow. What the fuck? CVVWAP. Where the fuck? Ooh. Arbitrage isn't being resolved. It's exciting. Did Europe have a holiday yesterday? Cool. So there's the daily. The shit now. Logged into the earnings call for later. Am I forgetting anything? No, I think we're good. Two-day holiday in the UK this week. Oh, okay. The UK market's closed? That would make sense. Oh, but it's not yet. It's Thursday, Friday. Of course I'm streaming earnings. What's the icon next to my name? You big green, YOLO trading, DD making, outside is gross believing, NVIDIA is how you pronounce it, punk pickle man, Also, good morning. My WeBull transfer was approved. Let's fucking go. Congratulations, Grizz. The image next to your name is this, but I think I need to have it like, I don't know, maybe scaled down. Where is it? Oh, it's in here somewhere. There. It's this. But yeah, I probably need it. I probably need it smaller. Ding ding. Let's see how much T+2 action we've got here. Spies up. 62 basis points. Kind of just ripping into open. See if that gets rejected again. Remember 418.60 on the high side. Little active fund pressure though, which is nice, but we're still down for the day. 120, don't get too excited because they're going to try to hold 125 if they can. Also, they dumped all their internalization yesterday. I didn't realize shareholders meeting was going to be during market hours. How do you think this will affect GME movement? Probably not that much. Any check on Superstock tinfoil about GME switching exchanges? Yes, Bronze Trash Can. It's really, really big dumb. That's not how it works. They can't just randomly switch exchange. There's quite a lot of paperwork that has to be filed. Can you stream earnings on playing with... Also, why would they? They're on the NYSE. That's the best. Also, naked shorting, far more common on NASDAQ. Isn't dumping internalization bullish? We went down hard yesterday. Yes, generally. Unless they were able to dump internalization because 720,000 calls were sold. That's not so bullish. How down were we in pre-market? Honestly, not that much. We just tested yesterday's low at 120. We moved a little bit below it, but like pre-market wasn't nearly as bad as it looks. When calls are exercised, they kind of sold. No, they don't. You just see call OI reduce, but it does not count as a sold call. The SEC FTD the FTD list again. What a top quality trolling. I'm sure they have a deferral due to the holiday. We'll probably get it today. If we don't get it today, that would be suspicious. Anytime there's a holiday, assume that basically everything can be deferred. And then also the SEC isn't really super on top of releasing the FTD reports anyway. And I think a lot of that actually has to do because FTDs are self-reported, right? Like they're not reported, they're not investigated by the SEC, right? Like those FTDs are being reported individually by each entity that has FTDs outstanding, right? And if they don't turn the shit in on time, then the report isn't complete. Any thoughts on the SEC YouTube video? I didn't see it, but I heard about it. It looks silly. Are they telling people not to YOLO into meme stocks? They're not wrong per se, right? People probably shouldn't YOLO their money into meme stocks, but here we are anyway. So fuck them. Yeah, they just want you to do your DD. I mean, I feel like what's ironic about everyone getting so angry about it is it seems like the point of the video was like do your research, which has been like the motto of GameStop since fucking day one. Like, don't invest more than you can afford. Do your research, right? I don't see how reinforcing that's bad. I did my research. That's why I YOLO'd. Exactly. I'm investing more than I can afford. Some Asian hedge fund guy said China will invade Taiwan in the next 2 months. Buy your video cards now while they're cheap. Reminds me of a different do your own research crowd. They literally drank bleach. I don't think that's the same. You should always research any stock that you intend to invest in, right? How do you reconcile that thinking with 510 weeklies? I don't give a shit. You should probably watch it before you defend it. It's so cringe. Probably. I mean, I'm not defending it, but I'm defending the idea. I'm sure it's super fucking cringe. Did you discuss any the new NSCC ruling yet? Seems to blunt any potential price spikes from short hedge fund margin calls. Is it in place? Is there anything interesting that happens with arbitrage when there's a split? Not really. I mean, yes and no. Are there arbitrage opportunities? Absolutely. Are they different from other splits? Probably not. I researched by chasing fat IV plays and scalping 3% gains whilst risking 70% of my portfolio. Nice, Carl. Oh no, institutions and pensions. Yeah, so Apocalator, you said the purpose of shorting on earnings in the shareholders meeting is to generate liquidity. At some point, don't enough institutions or pensions wise up on this? Absolutely not. They will. They're not selling because of the short, right? They're selling because the earnings are garbage. So there's nothing, it's retail, and uneducated investors that are selling because of the short, right? Fear. But institutions aren't selling because of fear. They're selling because they don't like the outcome of the earnings call. The fear is there to get, other people to sell, retail and, investors outside. There's a lot of GME investors that aren't part of Reddit who, maybe buy into the company and then see shit earnings and they're willing to sell, especially if the price is going to drop below their cost basis. I'm sad because the next 2 weeks are about to be boring after this earning call. Excited for the sale though. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you be sad if you're excited for the sale? How is GameStop being on sale boring? That's the most interesting time. That and the part where it goes up. I mean, that's the point. I mean, what are we defending here? Are we calling GameStop a safe, non-volatile investment? Of course they're trying to push people away from it. They don't work for us. Why don't they just sell out beforehand? Because they want to know the results first? Are you excited about the first Q&A? Yeah, I am. They're going to be very careful with what questions they take. And probably will only take questions from institutional investors. I don't think they want to turn it into a shit show. Stop gaslighting me. Nothing's more fun than going up. I keep saying it, but I actually can't wait for my $2 out of the money contracts again. I mean, we've been watching GME on this stream for like 13 months now, and it hasn't been boring. Well, at least not for me. Although I like this kind of stuff. DARPA uses taxpayer money. That doesn't mean they work for the public. Yeah, they're definitely filtering questions. You mean they won't answer questions about mayonnaise from you banana boofer? Probably not. IV bonkers, probably going to go above 300% for at the money end of day, don't you think? It's already almost there. I don't know how much more it's going to go up today, but it could go up more. Questions will be submitted in advance and screened. Yeah. What would be a shirt off worthy from today's earning calls for you? I mean, I'm not going to take my shirt off, but I'd be very happy if we beat EPS estimates and GameStop has pulled back a little bit on spending this quarter. I don't expect them to, but it would be a good look versus the rest of the sector if they were cutting back costs a little bit. A revenue like a sales beat would be impressive. How do you cope with the mental stress of constantly managing positions? I don't find it very stressful. Don't forget QT begins today. What did I DRS in a boat? Oh, Jesus Christ. Interesting, Sally. Getting a little bit of price action here. Inverse the SPY, which is interesting. Volume on this. Oh, today's the first, right? We get a computer share dump today, maybe? That should be a little more significant than usual with all the FOMO lately. When do they buy? It's like 9:45, right? Also remember DARPA from Metal Gear 2. I think the market has stabilized a bit. No, it's still a burning pile of feces. This is a relief rally due to repositioning of shorts. I don't know how long it's going to last. What time's the shareholder meeting tomorrow? I'm not sure. I think it starts at 10, right? Is it starting at 10 a.m.? Eleven a.m. Thanks, Josh. 155C for Apple. Um, hmm. I have a better Apple chart over here. One second. Let me take a look at it. Where's my Apple chart? Oop. Hmm. Apple's next resistances are at 153.50 and 154.50. So there's a little bit of resistance, but the target range for a bounce here is like 158, maybe a test of 160. What do we got going on here? Hmm. July. Hmm. That was a good fill. Holy shit. Um, I think it's the first of the month CS order, but I'm waiting to see if the volume drops off. Yeah, I know Ader's hugely shorted, but guess what? Shorts aren't always wrong, and they don't always get squeezed out. Ader is able to continuously liquidate their float. They have no intention to do it right now, but they can technically do it at any time. Um, it's too big of a risk on the upside. I don't mind shorting it if it runs, but this is interesting because we're right at that 126.70 resistance. We should have a little buy pressure here. I have both. I just have like a straddle right now. It's not bullishly weighted, but it's there. Yeah. Dixie rising pretty quick. Is it back over 104 again? It is. I mean, it's coming up. It's up like 0.28%, right? Has anything changed since yesterday that would indicate SPY 500 by end of year? No. I think this relief rally is going to get stuffed pretty hard. Okay. How long do I want to hold this fucking thing for? 2 more minutes? No, I don't think so. This could have been, I mean, it could have been two things. I think based on the timing. Bithead, hello, sir. Here's your in-flight coffee. There's a turbulence ahead, so drink up. If you see us going down, please press the cover call button several times and let us know if you need a good squeeze. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, dude. I would say that this is either some Gex covering out of a dark pool. It began at exactly 9:45, right? Or alternatively, we're looking at the CS buy order for the first of the month, which seems a little more likely. We shouldn't have had really any relative Gex left over. We did touch 129.59 there for a second. I'm waiting to see how this consolidates out, and then I'll probably close my call, but they still have a hedge around 55.60. What have they been buying lately? They shift it, right? It doesn't just stay in lockstep. But right now they've been buying out of the money 75 and 82 puts. Looks like the OI on those is going up between 75 and 82. The VWAP test. Yep. Are you holding the straddle past earnings? No. We're quiet today. I shouldn't be. I have everything set the same. One of my favorite things about GME Saga is convince retail investors if a company is shorted, it must be a good investment instead of just failing. Yeah, I don't I don't know where that came from. Very, very rarely are the shorts wrong. They were wrong on GameStop, but think how many hundreds of companies they haven't been wrong on before. And sure, yeah, maybe some of those were shorted in a predatory manner in order to put them out of business, but they were going out of business in the first place. It's not like, the shorts killed Blockbuster. Blockbuster killed themselves. They could have bought Netflix for nothing. Do you have any thoughts on the GME cost to borrow? It's quite high. It's rising up as we move into the latter part of the cycle. When the cycle completes, it will drop. No, I'm super close to the fucking mic. What does it mean when put side volatility is higher than call side volatility? Bearish skew, usually. Market makers pricing in a move to the downside. The 3 options into IV squish tomorrow. Ballsy. I have way more than 3 options right now. I have in the money calls for October. Bro, IWM is crashing. Interesting. Oh shit. That's a big sell off. I don't know about crashing. Dork. It's down. What's the SPY looking like? It's probably gonna drop below 414 again. Quarterly loss $1.45. I'd be pretty stoked if we beat on revenue. That'd be awesome, actually. I don't know how, but it'd be cool if we did. What time is earnings? I think it starts at 5 o'clock. How is Nave Gex calculated when the shorts need to buy back 8 billion shares that are floating around in the NYSE seller? What makes you think there's 8 billion shares floating around in the NYSE seller? That's not how that works. Thanks, Lord of Nork. It's possible to switch exchanges, but it's not easy, and generally only shitty companies do it. Blockbuster is a pretty sad story, honestly. Yeah, it is. Defend short selling, shill. I mean, they're not always wrong, right? Ooh, high or low. Really just not moving with the market today at all. I guess it's because our volume's so fucking low. Jesus Christ, we're only at 600K. Let me look at the options chain here. Let's see how much our price is being manipulated on the intraday. Okay. 66.7% of our volume so far is Delta. Everything's pretty even. I mean, net Delta is negative 16,000, but what are institution orders look like? Negative. Yeah, I think we're just seeing some pre-earnings volatility here. I'm not seeing anything super compelling coming in on the call side or anything like that. QT starts today and the market is up this morning. Is this due to the added trading volume? Shouldn't QT push the market down? No, I would say that QT is largely priced in, given that the Fed released their very specific plans for how they were tightening weeks ago, months ago. Well, figure that you're going to lose. Depends on what IV you bought it at. If you're buying, you bought a 617. Yeah, you probably will only see like about 40% crush on it. 617s are what, about 150% IV at the money. So you'll probably see about a 30%, maybe 40% crush here. Depending on how low, our volume is. Greg, I just want to say AMD is a beautiful stock. That is all. It is. I love it too. It's okay. I feel you. Sure helps your short position though if the CEO is in on the plan. True. Or the board. But that's kind of their deal, right? They get seats on the board and they dismantle the company from the inside. Hmm. Caterpillar is being weird today. What's the difference between revenue and earnings? Earnings is profit. Revenue is like gross sales. I don't think anything's going to be said at earnings that's going to cause institutional buy pressure. But the shareholders meeting, possibly. I mean, forward guidance can cause institutional buy pressure. Um, Estimates for NFT marketplace profitability, a roadmap for the rollout of the NFT marketplace. These kind of things would be pretty awesome. So GameStop will not be moving to the Barbados Coconut Exchange? Probably not, but it'd be funny as hell if they moved to the Somali Pirate Exchange. Which, yeah, it's a real thing. You can I mean, you can't, but you could theoretically finance Somali pirates. They do have a market for that. I know the shorts really aren't wrong usually, but I feel that they just short entire sectors without doing research into individual companies. Yeah, big sweeping sector-wide shorts are not uncommon, but that's more of a macroeconomic position, right? They don't care. I mean, usually the guys doing that are so large they don't care about the individual companies. Or they're shorting through an avenue like ETFs where individual stock risk is very low. Even if like one part of the sector were to move against them, like in January 2021, they can manage it. I shorted Best Buy, and I don't think I'm wrong. I mean, me too. Uh, we weren't. Their earnings were garbage. Um, they're run almost entirely promulgated by May OPEX and the rally in the market. I don't think Best Buy is going to sustain its prices. JPL just sold one MBS contract and the market did a mini crash. What happens if GME delists from the NYSE? That's not happening, okay? That fucking DD is stupid. They have, first of all, they have to announce that shit months in advance. There's lots of requisite paperwork that has to be filed. There's a delisting date and a new ticker and a relisting date. This is not to mention, if there were short positions, it would give them an out. And why? Not one fucking person can answer why. It doesn't change GameStop's weighting in ETFs or indexes. So why would they switch exchanges? I think I've been recognized in public like once. And then I think someone saw me one day, but they were cool about it. You think we're gonna dump 18? The Fed isn't actively selling yet, right? They're letting their positions expire instead. I think there's some active selling. I think we're gonna dump 18% after earnings. That's what implied volatility suggests. Implied volatility is, I don't know. I have implied volatility showing a 22.4% possible move. Should be about what, $24 in either direction ish. It depends. If you have weeklies, Ivy Crush is going to be terrible, right? Your weekly contract is going to go from like 250% IV to fucking like 120 or 100. So yeah, weekly IV is going to hurt real bad. You're going to lose a shitload of premium. Um, if it's further dated, like June or July, you're fine. June's a little rough because it's like 160% and it's going to drop to like 120. But July's are, I think at like, what are July's at right now? Like 130? Yeah, July's are at like 132 at the money. So, July's are probably only going to drop like 10 or 20%. October, even less. Bunch of economic data came out a few minutes ago. The market is digesting it about as well as I digest through The old fish tacos I found in the trash. Nice. What did we have on the schedule for today? ISM manufacturing forecast, and the job openings estimate, Jolt's job openings estimate, which was forecasting 11.4 million job openings. Sometimes on the Discord, your vape hit sounds like you're snorting giant line, and I think Gary's right. I should stay away from these meme people. Then I turn on YouTube so I can remember why I'm really in GameStop, because that handsome Italian face. Regards, Ski Ski. Thank you so much. Shareholder meetings tomorrow at 11 market time. Do you think there's more or less of a chance of us not getting slammed during earnings tonight versus past earnings? I don't think it makes a difference. I think even if we had an earnings beat, they would attempt to slam the price, even if our earnings were good. They want the liquidity, right? I mean, they probably want to return some shares and get that borrow rate down. So is it true about that woman who invested in RPG7 to Somali pirates? Probably. That's an insanely low short volume yesterday compared to the usual. Wasn't that odd? I mean, why did they need to short? Out of the money calls were already capitulating. Right. So what happened last week is everyone fucking hyped up the run, which made the run bigger, which caused more hype, while completely disregarding the massive cavernous hole gaping under us. Um, and so yesterday, we see Gamma Max rise into market open and the price fucking drop, which means shitloads of out of the money calls getting burned hard. And I get shit for telling people to sell, that selling covered calls is profitable. But who gets shit for this? Being overly bullish and completely fucking ignoring the bear case while we pump the stock so Kenny can buy his puts cheaper. To clarify, are you saying that IV on weeklies will crush between today's market close and tomorrow's market open? Yes. At market open tomorrow, IV will have crushed. Can you explain how we get past this as a couple? I don't know what you're talking about. Can you explain to a dum-dum why someone would take on infinite risk via shorting when they could just buy a put? The same reason you would buy a share instead of an options contract. Because you intend to hold it for a long time. July 15th, safe to hold through earnings then? 110, 120p. I mean, they're going to crush. They're just not going to crush as much. My daughter said if she's ever on the subway and hears Greek's voice, she will scream. All summer, she would come downstairs and it would be quiet, just me, and the Gurk would speak and she would jump. Why is my voice scary? Can you explain how we get past this as a couple? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Popcorn. Sorry. GameStop. Also, Bank of Canada increasing rates by 0.5% for the second time in a row. Interesting. So they're at what, 1? So they're kind of just in line with the US. Are you gonna exit your puts before close today? No. They're there to protect my shares. Don't get mad about it. Without the nonsensical pumping allowing for cheap puts, the whole volatility play slowly dies, I suppose. Resale is allowed to short the stock, or do we need a certain amount of capital first? I mean, you need the capital to buy it back. You need margin to short. But yeah, anybody can short anything. Where can we buy the juices made as they crush IV? Starting a new drink brand called IV Crush. I don't know if your voice is scary, but it certainly gets my heart rate up. That's no horny. At least go to couples counseling, please. What are you talking about? Cat gonna retest 218 today? Oh yeah. Probably not. I think I got stopped out of most of my calls yesterday. I have a couple left, but not many. I should probably close those too if it keeps dropping. For out of your puts, June 17th. You said you believe not much active pushing, but if we dip below 120, do you see violent downside before the meeting today? We could, yeah. That that market maker hedge working against us isn't going to be fun. Fidelity and IBKR cost to borrow rates being so high as is means that when January 17th OPEC hits, CTB will be even more monstrous than ever before. Am I right? Yes. Girk, that Sava trade was absolute gold. Gold dust over 3x now on 1736p contracts. Fuck yeah, JMac. Congratulations, dude. How do those puts protect your shares when you have a $60 cost basis? Oh, that's very simple. My shares are currently worth $120. If the price drops to 90, that will increase the value of my puts, but decrease the value of my shares. That's fucking crazy, right? Because I am long the stock. And then I can take that $30 loss and invest it into more shares. I know. It's fucking nuts. Did your Fidelity change their options level? No, it didn't. Interesting. Oh, WeBull added paper options trading too. In other brokerage change news. No, news is. I'm gonna stick with it. Do you foresee ETF rebalancing playing into a mini squeeze? Can you play the Gert 5000 song? PSS. Why did RC move the earnings date, motherfucker? What are you looking at for the downside support on the SPY? I'm looking a little bit at 408.50 and a little more at 405.80. Are we gonna even have resistance at 400 this time? Like seriously? Yeah, I have 405.30. So I think we're close on that one. I have 410.19 also. I see what you're talking about. There's a 406.55 possible resistance. I think you're measuring the wick there, probably at the 408.50. I don't think that's really going to show much support, but I would expect a downside trend over the next couple weeks to at least hit the 390s if it does get rejected here. Full port every play. Why will Ivy crush? Because the moment of anticipation is over. The market maker prices in risk by increasing the IV approaching the earnings date. They remove that inflated pricing after the earnings is done. Cat gonna retest 218? I don't think so. I said that earlier. It could, but I don't know. Maybe not. Have you bought puts for all your shares or just some? Just some. $6.17, Noah. Roll 120cc to 115. You're not gonna buy back your CCs? Risky. God, so risky. You're a greedy fuck, man. You think V can test 215 by end of day? I'm not sure. Let's take a look at it. I have 200s. I haven't really been managing them though. I should probably put something in place. Kind of double bottomed here. I don't like that it's back below 212. But I do think it's going to continue to climb, especially if we continue to see like this value shift that we're seeing. So I'd be patient with it. I mean, the turnaround today looks bullish. I could see a breakout coming if it can hold like the EMA 30 here on the hourly. Which it may have already fallen below a little bit. It's trading at 211 right now. 210. It's trading down here. Yeah, it might pull back. I should set a stop on that. Give me a second. Nope. Shit. That's not a stop. Okay. Do you ever get tempted to sell your shares when we hit like 180? I mean, not 180, right? Because I didn't sell them at 350. I'm sure as fuck not going to sell them at 180. Also, I can just sell covered calls, right? I don't need to sell the shares. Eventually, the shares will just be free. It would be great too. So now when I sell my CCs, I can take that capital and buy options. Yeah, that's cool. Answer me. What the fuck do you want? No, 115 is not safe for covered calls. You sell fucking in the money covered calls the night before earnings. Dumb. Big dumb. Big dumb, greedy dummy. Mr. Flags, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
He's not full bull on GME. Kinda huge. They have like 4,000 shares. It's nothing. How do you calculate expected move from IV? With a math formula? Based on rate and change in IV approaching earnings, and how much of a move IV is pricing in. You can look it up. We're not doing calculus on the stream. Or you can just buy a data service that calculates it for you. Wait, you can roll options down? Yeah. Does that seem like RC not opening up the August chin? Very getting beat on. Time for more lotto tickets. ISDA released all his documents and talks on an annual meeting in Madrid. I feel like Billy Madison on Nudie Magazine Day. How exciting. Is there still a negative ramp if GME drops under 120? Yeah, it hasn't gone anywhere. Have you got any calls on Veru? If so, how far date-wise are you looking? No, I haven't. What I played the Zillionaire song. I'm just really far behind on chat, I think. Well, like 3 minutes behind still. How far out do you sell CCs at a peak of a run? I mean, theoretically, if sold 30 days out, they have never expired in the money. What about 900 cc's that I rolled from last week? Just got here, so I may have missed this. Did you address the theory? It's not a theory, it's just bullshit. No, I don't need to address it. Just because some asshole, I'm gonna say this again for like the 10th time this year, just because some fucking asshole thinks up an idea on their toilet while taking a shit and staring at their 4 DRS shares does not mean it's valid. Stop digging for hopium in piles of shit. Goddamn motherfuck. There is a long and drawn out process to delisting and relisting on another exchange, which we would have a ton of notice of. Fucking Greg 5 shares and his GED coming up with financial theories is not grounds for a conversation. Wasn't trying to troll you. I know you're not, but it's like the 10th time I've been asked today. Super stunk, where the secret ingredient is always crime and the answer is always DRS. I'll have you know that Greg attended one semester of University of Phoenix. When the stock splits, my 5 shares will be worth more than your student loan debt. Unlikely. I am king of the toilets. The royal goblet is above wild theories. It holds the nectar, not for sitting and speculating. Thank you, toilet wine. If you were going to transfer your GME shares to another brokerage, when do you think would be the next safest period as to not miss out on price action? Hmm. After the shareholders meeting, hopefully before the split. Bad time to consider transferring, Gordy. I hopefully we get an announcement pertaining to the split or the intention to split. That way you have a better timeline to work off of. Greg from DeVry. Short ladder attacks, crime, DRS, equals set of possible SS answers. Yeah. Unfortunately. Oh, wow. I forgot how people used to post about that all the time. Don't worry about IV Crush when I can buy a 63120, write it down for $1 with $55 profits. Guess who's eating dinner tonight? He got his associate GED from ITT Technical Analysis Institute. What brokerage are you transferring into? I'm not. Are any safe? All of them? Maybe not Robinhood, but they're not like a real brokerage, right? They're just a meme. I think we underestimate the effectiveness of shares being a computer share. Absolutely not. No one's underestimating the effectiveness of computer share. Why won't anyone sell me options at the price I'm willing to pay? Maybe because your offer is too low. Think of it like an auction. If someone bids more, they're going to get it first. When you lurk penny stock forums, you see a lot of "we're going to move to a different exchange" hopium in an effort to pump. It's just being used in SS. Yeah. How do you know I have 10 shares but went to NYU? Ha ha ha. I just have too many leaps. That doesn't sound fair. Remember how Charlie's vid called you an internet panhandler? He just uploaded a video shilling his Patreon. Yeah, that's what I want to be on. Inside hot stock access from a used Mazda salesman. Woo! You'd think they want to keep price stable instead of digging a deeper hole before the shareholder meeting. No telling what could happen. I mean, they're not really digging a hole right now. They're just letting calls capitulate and using the market maker hedge to drive price down. There's not a lot of shorting going on, which we saw yesterday, right? I said that yesterday. I said there's not a lot of shorting going on. And then everyone today is like, why is the short interest so low yesterday? Well, because there's not a lot of shorting going on. They won't short till after earnings or it's in aftermarket tonight. No reason to use anything right now. The longs and the market makers are perfectly capable of dropping the price all on their own. Capitulate the sat word of the week or something. No, there's just a lot of it going on. Do you want me to use synonyms for capitulate? Concede, defeat, give way, cave in, succumb to, back down, surrender, submit. That's enough. Throwing in the towel. Is capitulation common in the FinDom community? It is. Tap out. Very good. Acquiesce. Yeah. You seem extremely sassy today. As such, I'll keep it short. Can you explain why RC Carr moved the earnings date because the exchange changed shorting? Oh, fuck off, Daniel Taylor Hamwich. Back to your documents. I didn't come here for vocabulary lessons. We'll do that somewhere private then. How about that? No one wants to see you coming here. I've decided to opt for the gourmet kitchen option. This will involve a small 5.5k payment. Must roll CCs to further in the money to pay for my cooking needs. Thoughts? Greedy. Just be patient. Get your gourmet kitchen next week. Do you see us below $100 today in after hours? It's possible. Is a firm doing cool shit? Are my leaps printing? Don't fucking tease me, dog. No, it's falling off a cliff. Gross. Now my leaps are no longer in the money. Sad. Why is this happening? Although they are still slightly profitable. Should I sell them? Does anybody... Is there news to support this? Yesterday, they're adding adaptive checkout in the US. Teaming up with Stripe. Or are people just realizing that debt is currently already insurmountable? Fuck. That's too soon. This is supposed to rip in the early stages of the shit economy. Ooh, it's stabilizing. It's gonna be okay. Is wheat dead? No. Why do people ask me that? There's many months left on the wheat play. I actually bought 50x instead of 5x AMD 103C weeklies and just escaped with a profit. Congratulations. They didn't move anything, Parks Cars. They simply announced one, and then they announced the other. Nothing was moved. Shorting good news, maybe. No, bad news so far that I can see. Does the firm have AMD like shorts on it or something? It's starting to look like a lot of short positions are being taken up on like stocks that overperformed during the pandemic. Docu is a good example of a stock that is now joining the fold, and stocks that run on OPEC cycles. Would you say retail has little patience or no patience when it comes to the stock market? It's almost imperceptible. Oh, what is it? LPI? Laredo Petroleum. Interesting. Ooh. How are their options underpriced? Their options look quite expensive and have fairly high IV, turd. Further out, maybe? No. October's? Still pretty high IV. The 100 strike for October, not so bad. What's their all-time high looking like? Ooh, plenty of room to go. I don't hate that. But I've already got this. Look at it moving up to that $72 range. Ooh. July or Jan? For LPI? I don't know why do you need Januaries? Or are those the ones that you think are underpriced? And you barely fucking IV's higher. What the fuck? Why is the IV higher on January's than it is on July's? I would probably target October because oil will probably peak in August. Although January's are. Hmm, yeah. These spikes on GME, just them prepping to slam earnings. I mean, there's some options flow on GameStop today, but our volume is extremely low. WeBull says in its earnings preview for GME, EPS up, revenue up. I mean, really not very hard to beat last quarter's EPS. Is it negative 1.86? That's possible, kind of huge. Silver ready for ups. Uh, Not necessarily. I don't like where it got rejected. So a little bit of downside, then probably some ups. I'd wait. Imagine only trading silver cycles. Ugh. How boring. COMEX manipulation. Same like GME. Yeah. Hey, little recovery. Tiny baby uptrend. Silver doesn't like squeeze. It just moves in very repetitive cycles. Don't take the SEC vid personally. I assume they're talking about AMC investors, and then they're kind of right. How do you find out what a company is worth? Well, you can use a valuation model, DL, and then you would investigate their financials. Like an appraisal, almost. You talk about impact of GME earnings and meeting on short-term price action for AMC. This is Shark Tank. Boring trading. For that reason, I'm out. Okay, Matthew. What if I said we were going below we aren't going below 120 until after hours? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't go below 120 till after hours. Why can't we push down below 120 till after hours? We just probably won't. They're not going to actively short the stock today. There's no reason for them to. If, their puts start to become at risk, they might buy some like in the money puts to stabilize price action. But otherwise, yeah, they don't have any reason to short. People who DCA'd at $400. We're on SSR today, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, but the problem is like the sales estimates are kind of high, I think. I don't get the hating on AMC. I hold both and support your channel. Just because you own it doesn't mean it's worth owning. I shit on AMC because it's a bad investment. There's no thesis that supports owning it at all. I think the sales estimates are reachable as they added a lot more high ticket items. Challenge will be EPS. We'll see. I think the EPS is, I mean, the average EPS estimate is pretty fair. Might be a little over, but I mean, SG&A is on the rise, so it's possible that earnings still suck. Again, like I said, it'll depend on how much money they spent this last quarter. Also, that's something we want to see, though. The point is the shorts have to cover, bro. They did. You know, if they didn't cover initially when AMC added 500 million shares, they sure as fuck covered when Adam Aaron sold all of his. That's a stupid thesis, Diamond Dick. I read the back cover of options as a strategic investment. Can I sell CCs on the SPY now? Probably not. I mean, you can. It doesn't mean you're going to make money doing it. I don't know if you answered the question earlier, but what would you say to someone considering selling their shares to buy options to the run? That's, you know, so you're going to shed your long-term investment to take on a bunch of short-term risk? Interesting. It's been a while since we got an AMC defender. This is exciting. No, it's not. Ooh, shedding long-term investment for short-term risk. Sounds like my cup of tea. It does, doesn't it, Popcorn Trader? This had an excellent croque madame. Ooh. I'm pretty focused on GameStop till like Thursday. I mean, the SPY will tell you the direction on pretty much any blue chip. And then you guys should be more than capable at this point at seeking out value and value difference among those. So we did a macro analysis. You can use that to find micro plays. Put AMC people to the Luna USD ticker. I don't know what full bull in reverse sounds like. With all the CCs and the money last week, I think you're going to get a lot of should I just sell my shares and throw it all at risky options, even though they're already sold? I don't think there were that many CCs in the money last week. And not all of them got exercised. Some of them were for further expirations. I know some people got exercised on, but you know, they'll get an opportunity to buy back in. I just don't think they're patient. That'll be the real test, right? If they're wait to buy cheaper. AMC helping me increase my GME position. You could do that with like any fucking stock though. Like why do it with the shittiest possible one? That's me. I'm not patient, but I rolled out so I didn't get assigned. There you go. People got assigned. Jackasses. Carl, you sold $75 calls when we were trading at like 100. How many did he have before he sold them all? Fucking 2.4 million shares. And CEO owns like 1% of the fucking company. Ridiculous. By October at the money call, Juno Picks gets pushed back somehow and we're just flat by, say, for example, July. Is it better to sell, average down, or just hold? Sell immediately and then buy back later. Why the fuck would you hold options if OPEX doesn't run? That's 0.5%. I feel so lucky I didn't get my 110, 120 CCs called away. I hope to buy back later today or tomorrow morning. Nice. Yeah, after IV Crush, it should be pretty easy for those of you that rolled out to buy those contracts back. How big a Ko-Fi would it take for you to read the president's motivational speech from the movie Independence Day in its entirety on stream? You don't have enough money, Barodactyl. Do you buy any of your coffee at Costco or are you buying higher price stuff? I usually order it online. I used to have that roasting guy, but he was an insufferable prick. It's not against AMC. If you can give me one valid thesis for AMC, I would be very impressed. Well, options for next week, Ivy Crush to the same extent. They'll Ivy Crush quite a bit, yeah. You mean 610s? Yeah, 610s are spiked up pretty high. Somebody already asked me that, Carl. Hey, I'm new here. I just wanted to know if you're going to go over what an option is. Still trying to figure that out. Fuck you, turd. That's a very risky play. Crypto Rocketeer. I heard Top Gun sales were through the roof. That sounds really good for whoever produced the movie. I have a valid reason to trade, not invest in AMC. The stock will move in a manner in which one can make money. Yeah, all stocks do that, though. All stocks move in a manner in which one can make money. You don't have to buy shitty ones. Yeah, I did actually see the information about AMD's new supercomputer. That looks dope. Is there any sign of them entering an entropy swap yet? Probably on the run up. May a guy put their pickle in my jar. Start reading, bitch. Thank you, definitely. The fourth terrible. You mean the forefront of the AMC think tank? I hate how this stream treats new viewers. I've been here for almost an hour and nobody's given me any information about the weekly cult meeting or where I can get a robe from. You know, everyone kind of just orders their own robes, man. We're not really too judgy on the style or color. They don't have to match. Let it reflect who you are on the inside. We have two phone messages for you so far today here at the Pickle Financial Office. The first is from Lisa Sue. She said AMD is going to continue going up throughout the day. Second, George Sherman called to let you know he's dumping all his stock tomorrow. Do you mind talking a little on risk of holding options through the split? Is there a strategy on picking a strike where there will be post-split liquidity, assuming a 3-to-1 split? No. Everyone will sell their options. The chain will be very illiquid. If you want to hold options through the split, you better hold ones that you intend to exercise. That's it. If you're not going to exercise them, I wouldn't hold them through the split. Isn't it obvious our robes come from BBBY? About to buy Neo 20 calls for the 1st of July. Bad idea. Thoughts? I mean, I wouldn't. I didn't say movie theaters are dead. I said they're dying. And I live in the most populated city in America, and all the AMCs are fucking empty and the GameStops are packed. So just because your confirmation bias is telling you you've made a good investment doesn't mean that you have. Calnus, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
First time listener, what's Jimmy and who's Ranko? Don't worry about it, Willem.
When the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Feels like the price we will see after hours. Do you agree? 110 feels like the price we'll see after hours. I have no idea. Stop trying to predict earnings. It's not going to end well. What other place in the world can you go to get gold ore and overpriced popcorn in one stop? You know, true. Except Highcroft Mining hasn't produced any fucking ore. Would the split ruin the cycle runs? Possibly. And what are the upsides of a split currently? It brings in investment interest, creates liquidity, and gets rid of volatility. Should do those things. Chillbrook and Firestick greater than AMC. Jeffrey G. Jeff G. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna switch up the songs. I don't want it to get too monotonous. I need a new Dillionaire song. Interesting. I could just play full bowl. No. It's just not the day for that, you know? Lucid has a lot of puts expiring on June 17th. Cool. I've got till July on the Best Buy puts. It's fucking coming down. It's all good. Their earnings were still dog shit. Nothing changed. Where does the put wall start, roughly? It started at 130. We're already well within its embrace. I finally did it. I joined the cult. Where's my song, bro? It's my song. Full bull. All right, fine. A firm hit 30. I sold, wanting to get back in at 24 for a long position. Now it's seeming. Oh shit. Hold on. Now I'm seeing that $24 again. Would you stay long a firm or bail because bad balance sheet? I don't know. I have leaps at 25. They're still up, but I might bail on them. Nugsy, good morning. I gotta look at it more. I'm not gonna make the decision today, though, I don't think. Good morning. Is less than an hour call options from here will join others from around the world, and we'll be launching the largest financial battle in the history of DJing kind. Yeah, we'll see. Currently, everyone's just selling their out of the money calls at a loss. I spent most of Memorial Day without cell service and didn't have many songs downloaded to my phone. As a result, I Can Be Green, I Can Be Red stuck in my head for like 4 days straight. I felt like I was being haunted by the ghost of bad investors past. Would you use Loopring's wallet or have any thoughts against it? Neither. I don't particularly care about crypto. I mean, like, I own Loopring, but I don't care about it. The song is inaudibly quiet? Really? I think you guys are just lying to me. Oh, interesting.
Well, I can be anything you
There we
like.
go.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like.
I missed your Ko-Fi.
I can be violent
Oh,
upside,
can you explain simply what happens or what it means when a stock gaps down or up? Could you bring up an example? I could just explain it to you. The price is set at the next highest bid. That may not be continuous, or the next highest ask. Well, ask or bid, it depends on if it's moving up or down, right? And so, you know, if there's not a following ask after this, right? Like say, this is at 120, like 10, and the next ask is at 121. Then the stock will gap up to the ask price as a buy order comes in, which will leave a gap in price action. Same thing for the downside. So it's simply a gap in the order book that is unfilled.
I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Computer share website is down. Ha. Was this morning a retail options FOMO trap? I generally think you're right about this week's price action. I think yesterday and Friday were. Especially the run at Friday at close, I think was a big trap. Like that move up into the end of day Friday. This was selling of like 0 DTE put positions. And retail thought it was like another pump, right? So retail bought a shitload of calls, all of which got burned yesterday morning very, very quickly. Win song for me, unpaper handing membership. What song do you want? Still Not Fooled. Also, thank you. I know of Computer Share having 3 outages this year. So far. The number of times my brokerage has been down this year is still 0. But you don't care if Computer Share's up if you're never selling, right? VWAP up, stock down, bearish. Yeah. Most of our volume was traded first thing this morning and at a higher price, that's all. I didn't. I trusted and agreed to your analysis and bought puts on Friday. Should be able to buy some blocks if we go down hard. Nice. What are your thoughts on the executive order regarding Chinese military companies? I think it's completely irrelevant. Not only is it not going to affect the stock, but anybody with, you know, collateral in those assets is informed years in advance of that collateral being pulled away from them. I think they'll be prepared. Schwab was down for me once this year, but I updated my drivers and it was fixed. So I don't know if it was actually Schwab. I don't know if I've had any outages on Schwab. I don't have it open enough to tell you. I know I haven't had WeBull, IBKR, Fidelity go down this year yet. Jordan Yeats, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. Just DM me, or you can message the moderators on the Discord, and they'll direct you to the link. Also, CS buys and sells through Merrill Lynch, B of A. So if brokers are gonna die, CS isn't gonna work either. I know. Do you think we can hold 120 today? Probably, just because I don't think they're gonna push down below it. So it's definitely possible that we just chop in this channel until the end of the day. Like, there's no reason for them to push right now. The last time the collateral was actually nullified was on Jan 28th, 2021. I don't think they were prepared. GameStop had started running long before that. Collateral gets nullified all the time. There have been several instances of various types of collateral no longer accounting or no longer being able to be used for margin in the last year through various FINRA rule changes and NSCC rule changes. Yeah, I'm going to stream earnings. Does it say Alienware's like Kramer on Coke? I don't know. Yeah, I mean in after hours. But they'll see how much they need to push it down in after hours, right? If people are already selling, they don't need to. But it doesn't even matter if CS is down. You can always stamp mail them your trade orders. I don't remember it. I mean, I remember him sending it, but I don't remember what it said. I'm definitely not going to go find it. Sell the Elliott waves like I'm Kramer on Coke. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the line. What's your thinking on timing for looking at long dated calls? I'm not buying any more today. I bought some, so if something crazy happens in the next 24 hours, I'm prepared for it. But other than that, I'm not buying any more for a little bit. Probably, we'll see how much IV crushes tomorrow. I might pick up some tomorrow, but I would say more over the next 2 weeks. What happened to the yellow mustard colored shirt? I don't know. It's in my drawers somewhere. One of my drawers. Maybe it's in my closet. He knows something we don't. Something crazy will happen. I didn't say that. Bad idea to hold CC into earnings. Do you have a choice? What date ranges are we looking at for June OPEX? The 21st through 24th of June. Botwiki cream. Do we have some really strong support at 120? No, not particularly. There's a little bit of support at 120. I'm personally giving Uncle Bruce my trade orders in a briefcase to drive down from Canada to Charles Schwab headquarters for 35 bagels and a $650 an hour individual session of talking SPACs. Oh boy. Dude, we've been through so much. I'm getting nostalgic, and this doesn't happen very often. Nip it in the bud. All right, we don't need any emotions running wild right now. Definitely not Kirk's Bull Mayo guy. This isn't the peak of OPEX. It's not usually that wide, is it? Tesla's bid ask can get pretty fucking weird. If there's no new details from earnings shareholder meeting to give a reason for price to go up, are you gonna sell CCs until June OPEX? Probably. Will you average down on your BBBY? Nope, just selling covered calls. Not right now. I could, but no. All the money I've been putting in, I've been putting into like options while they're super cheap. I have enough shares, I think. Like, as much as I want to own right now, I'd rather have that money free for buying into other things on the dip. Like, there's huge value plays right now that I don't want to miss out on because I bought in too much BBBY. Far lower risk, you know. What's the next downside resistance on the SPY? What's it at? 405. Well, there's two. But 405.30 is a big one. There may be a little at 406.45, but probably not a lot. Consider MP for long-term holds. Yeah. Price isn't bad either. Yeah, they'll probably do well. I'd dig into them a little bit before I bought in, but you may have already done that research. They seem to be using ETFs heavily again to suppress price for GME, especially XRT IWM. I don't know if they can suppress GME's price through IWM. Technically, GameStop's not in IWM, right? If the SPY falls below 408, it's likely to go below 400. Yeah. No, not yet. Multi-bliss. Like August. If he doesn't pay me back. Can you think of one legitimate business reason that GME would not give its shareholders some significant forward guidance at this point? I get their whole secrecy edge, but it is time. Because they haven't released the marketplace yet. And they don't want anybody to know what they're doing with it because there's already marketplaces out there and they could get front run. Thank you. You're a gentleman and a scholar. How long do you think BBY can go at this point? How low? Feels like they're going to push it down with everything else post GME earnings as OPEX approaches. Probably. I don't know. It recovered a little bit off its last low. So obligations are still there, right? It ran in line with GameStop over the May OPEX covering period. Maybe Ryan Cohen will announce that he's completed a larger buy-in right before June OPEX. Interesting. GME is a value. Please talk about untouched gem of a store. Microwave salt covered treats. GME is in over 100 ETFs. They can use a little here, a little there. FTD. It would be shareholders' best interest not to sell to these ETFs that consistently fail their obligations. Remember when we wanted to build an actual country club and do some gladiatorial combat for gambling and funsies? We were so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed back then. Okay, the gladiatorial combat was all you. I had no interest in that. Also, we're not going down that fucking road again. The country club still could be in the works. I'm sure both would. No, it wouldn't be better to buy options. Amazon and Google are both going to do a stock buybacks and split 20-1. Should we be long positioned heading into that? Also, I think it's sus how they both at like some price doing like the same 20-1 split. I mean, they're not the only ones splitting stock. It's very common for like big companies to split their stock before, you know, a possible recession like this, because they want to attract new investors at a cheaper price, right? And they want to bump up their cash on hand so they can make acquisitions. So they increase the number of shares, which is they can buy out companies with shares. It's great stuff. Lots of liquidity. Got to buy that dip, right? Suppose you had puts at 125 for Friday. Sell them today or keep till tomorrow. Up to you, K-Mac. You're up, which is cool. You want to see the gladiatorial combat as bad as I did. I gave you the idea and I was not intrigued. You got way too deep into the gladiatorial combat idea. What would be the most fun, exciting, no matter how unrealistic or ridiculous it might be, thing that Jimmy could say tonight or tomorrow that could get your juices going? If RC gets on stage at the shareholders meeting and says, due to the recent 100% decrease in the share of our the price of our common stock, we've decided to move forward with a reverse split instead. And yeah, my panties will hit the floor. Chris McPherson, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause the way
Jamie Diamond says ouchie down in the market soon. Fuck that guy.
cease like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that.
So if the words reverse and split are said, we get pants off stream. I mean, they have to be said right next to each other.
But we ain't no cult.
So in the case of a reverse split, we're best off holding one share per account across hundreds of different brokers. That depends on how they manage single shares. The float would be so small then. I know. Tesla's going down. I don't know if I should hold. Are you losing money? Not always, NW. Sometimes the company chooses to just not split single shares. I mean, we don't know where his true interests lie, right? His true interests should lie in the preservation and value generation of GameStop. But he says some pretty outlandish shit on Twitter. So it's a possibility till it's not, right? I don't think it's going to happen at all. I mean, like, I should be really clear that the odds of them doing a reverse split, especially at these prices, are very unlikely. If we were trading at $60, maybe. A friend told me he has 100 shares of UAA. Interesting. I mean, they lost a lot of their pandemic gains, but they're still super fucking popular. It's as cheap now as it was in the crash in 2020. I can see it moving back up. Like, not a bad time to buy if you're bullish on the company. What if the Gladiatorial Coliseum was next door to the country club? That way we can go golfing, sipping pickle-flavored margaritas at 3 p.m., then catch a headphone manager death match at 4 p.m. Okay, I don't support this gladiatorial combat idea. All right, I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's not happening. I have it on good authority. There's gonna be a 2.1245342 to a 0.65212 share split. Interesting. NSCC 2022-003, the SFT one, been discussed. Sorry if redundant, but every time I read it, I start feeling like a puppy dressed as Oliver Twist, looking at strangers going, but why? Because all the rules are there to protect the market structure. They don't give a fuck about your short squeeze. The only people that give a fuck about us short squeezing is us. That's some wheat 12C with 45 DTE left. I want to free up some capital, but down quite a bit on the position. Still expect anything from it. 45 DTEs? So what did you buy for? Why don't you just give me the fucking date? So you've got July's? And you have 12s for July? I don't know. I don't have any 12s for July. I do expect more movement in wheat, but It's up to you. You either wait for it to go up or you don't. It's a pretty simple play. It seems like people have a hard time with the longer term swings. You would relish the idea of holding life and death in your hands. No. Why would I care about that? Are you a Lord of the Rings fan? I'm a J.R.R. Tolkien fan. Luxury brands don't have this problem. True. Is Under Armour really considered a low-end brand, though? They're pretty expensive. Like, is there a higher-end brand of nylon tight shirts? Do you think I have enough theta on the position currently? For wheat? At $12? I'm not sure. I don't know when the realization of like the low yield for spring comes. So I have 10s for July, but my like out of the money is my 11 and 12s are for October. Would you buy back in before the shareholders meeting or wait? I mean, I might buy some calls in the morning before the meeting. Yeah, I would say they're on the same shelf as like Lululemon, which is always a higher brand. True. Sweet. Technical term is called a rash guard, equals nylon tight shirt. It guards versus rashes in grappling. Just don't grapple, Stefan. Fine, but can we at least settle disputes in the old ways of the Fremen by ritual combat, and then the loser is fed to Shai Hulud? I mean, the loser isn't fed; his water is gifted, right? We've probably said this, but could you explain the mechanics regarding the share recall in a split versus reverse split situation? In a reverse split, they would lose their shares. So if they have 0 shares in their account and the stock reverse splits, they receive 0 shares. If they have 1 share in their account and it forward splits, they'll receive 2 shares. Or if they have 0 shares in their account but they're supposed to have 1. Tap out? Maybe tap out's lower end. I don't know. Muad'Dib. I don't like the Jesus connotation there. I need a snack. I'll be right Did I miss anything? No. Remember when Gherkin used to work for Citadel and have the big logo behind him? Ridiculous. Why the fuck would I buy civet shit and drink it? You know, most Kopi Luwak's like not even real, right? They either like force feed civets, which is terrible and animal cruelty, or it's just fake. They like feed it to other animals. They're not monkeys. JFresh made us DRS AMC while you're gone. Good. Hear me out. I read that ducks who are force-fed geese. Can we force feed JFresh coffee and sell it? You could try. But he's a biter, so careful with that. Actually, I can write off the depreciation on my espresso machine. How come it's so hard for us to drop into the gamma slide? They're not really pushing the price down. How does retail get fucked in a reverse split? I'm gonna have to watch your recap for earnings. I'm gonna be selecting my house options. I've already forgotten about you, Moon. Don't worry. So we're just seeing active funds and a little bit of retail right now. For the most part, yeah. Is there an advantage to selling CCs with long-term shares or no difference at all? I mean, there's no difference unless you get assigned. Then you'd want to be selling short-term shares. I mean, last in, first out is ideal when selling covered calls on long positions, because if you do get assigned, You don't want to get us assigned on shares that have like long-term holding. I thought I heard another wasp. What do you think the floor is for wheat? It's around like $9-10. Wheat's super cheap right now. If they reverse split the stock, the 24% or whatever short interest on it is going to squeeze out. Selling shares, same like MTG stack. The order book is. How do you feel about BTT? Eh. I'm not super interested in it. You said the NYSE had the final say. With that in mind, how likely is a split 10 days before the shareholders meeting? I mean, the likelihood's the same. I don't think the NYSE gives a shit when we split our stock. There's always so much of that in this, like, in the meme stock community. Like, this pervasive idea that everything surrounding these stocks is a big deal. It's not. toilet flushes. Could there be T+2 pressure tomorrow morning from end of week run last week? I think the market makers covered all the GEX from last week yesterday morning. If they didn't cover it yesterday morning, they covered it this morning. How many hours left to the earnings call? It starts at what, 5? How can you tell, or is it good guessing? It depends. We can tell if it's options because we can watch the flow. And we can see how much the price changes relative to net, like the shift in delta, right? We can tell if it's active funds because our price movement tracks with the market. We can tell if it's dark pool orders because they come from the OTC and they print on the tape. The stock is very illiquid, so it's very easy to see what's influencing the price. And it's also pretty easy to, you know, move through the process of elimination and figure out what it is. No, not magic. Any plans to open a Gamma Park? With all the ramps and slides, it could be very fun. Sure. We're dropping like a rock. How could you not warn us of this? I did. It's okay. We stopped at the place I drew the next line. Hmm. Witchcraft? Puts looking juicy. Where's Pauly Shore when you need him? You know? Hmm. No, I don't really want to meet him, but just get him to say something about juicy options. I don't think Pauly Shore has sunk to the point where he's doing $25 video happy birthday videos. I'll do my best. Pauly takes his art very seriously. I may not want to sell out to his shill. Can you create a cameo? You'd have like 1,500 customers. Jesus Christ. With more exposure in XRT, do you think they plan on pushing the cycle even lower than the last cycle low? Maybe. Why not? Does Superstock love you like we do? No. Yeah, JSmar is probably doing a live stream with the CEO of ComputerShare where he's discussing how much he gets paid for shilling ComputerShare to people. I wonder what the commissions on that are. Like, should I be pushing DRS? Why haven't they reached out to me to sell DRS to people? They pay a commission. Guys, if you ever come in here and I'm like, everybody, we should really DRS our shares, you'll know. Like if they, here's the thing, right? If they aren't getting paid to push DRS by ComputerShare, then, you know, should they really be the moderators of a financial subreddit? Look, I can make Gherk say stuff for free. Who's better than Pauly Shore now? I'd say I was better than Pauly Shore. Hope you're cool. I have a smooth question. Is there normally a gap between the record date and the split date? Generally, no. Yeah, usually the effective date is immediately following the ex-dividend date. Think how many more billionaires you could get from SS if you shilled DRS. I think that's the most compelling statement about it. Imagine how popular I could have stayed or gotten on Superstonk if I'd pushed DRS, and yet I still didn't. Even though there was financial incentive for me to do so. I'm not stupid. I do realize that I could have fully hopped on the bandwagon. We must donate more. Thank you, Silent Lurker. Would you roll a 100cc to a higher strike for next week? Hope to close it if we drop lower. Yeah, I probably would. For what sum would you sell your viewers? I don't know if we're worth anything. Isn't it better for us that they make the sacrifice to DRS? No. I mean, can advantage be taken? Yes. Crypto crashing right now. Cool. Visceral Records live. Welcome back to Dillionaire.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything.
What's up,
you
dude?
Like. I can be green, I can be
How's being a
red,
famous
I can be
recording artist
violent
going?
Upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Also, can you DM me?
I can be red,
So, because I can't find our
DM
chat, hence the lack of your songs on the stream.
I can be red, I can be violent upside.
Oh, what did Turd say? What do you got here, Turd? Oh, interesting. LPI options. So usually their IV is way higher. Someone explain that guy a 3% move in crypto does not mean crashing. Nah, sounds more fun this way. Never reply to my DMs. When do you DM me? Keeps me busy. Nice. Every day. I don't know what you're talking about. Imagine SS drama if DRS numbers are lower this quarter than prior quarter. They won't be, but that would be very funny. It's more getting to watch the mental hurdles that they'd have to jump through to explain that. Like, how do they explain it? Like, how do they explain it away? That just means it's potentially up for assignment. I mean, technically, if you sell a covered call, it can be assigned at any time. Like, if I were to sell a 125 right now, right, the person who holds that contract could exercise it. I mean, that would be awesome, obviously, right? Because I can just buy the shares back at 117 immediately. Like, you're selling the right to exercise. They won't likely exercise unless you're approaching the, you know, the expiration date and it's in the money. Mic cutting out, can't hear you. Oh, I think you can hear me just fine. Are there connection issues? It's not on my end. Refresh your shit. Also, like the goddamn stream, people. While you're at it. While you're not in full screen. You know? Not happening, Ryan. There's, you know what's funny, Mylan Sheets, is there's never been any hate for DRS. Quite the opposite. In fact, it only advantages options positions. The hate is for misinformation, lies, bullying. That's what people hate. You know, 8 months ago now, I told people how DRS and options could work hand in hand. No one wanted to hear that shit. Would you consider adding Solana now it's so cheap again? I sold mine at like 100. Probably not. We're not knowing your... Okay, fine. Some people listened. But to their advantage, right? It works better than DRS and options? Just options. Yeah. What price would you want Solana then? I don't know, like 20? 10? 10? I'd buy it back at 10. Hypothetically, if DRS numbers were to go all the way up to 60% of the float, what do you think would happen then at 100%? I mean, neither of those things are going to happen, so why create hypotheticals around them? At 60% of the float, we would likely see market makers walk away from the stock and almost all volumes cease. Hey, Gurk, what you eating? I had some Oreos and a slice of pizza. My oldest son ran his foot over with a lawnmower today. Jesus fucking Christ. Is he okay? Why don't you think 60% of the float would be DRS? Are you fucking kidding? Now that we're below 120, would it make sense to buy puts, assuming we're going to gamma slide? Up to you, man. At 60% of the float, it would be DDS. Don't post that picture anywhere, Trina. No one wants to see that. That's terrible. There's got an ad for stethoscope cases. I'm not a doctor, nurse, or even own a stethoscope. I'm very confused, but my main question is, do doctors seriously buy pink luminous stethoscope cases? Maybe. Everyone likes to have nice things. Remember we touch butts? Good times. I do, Carl. VXX ripping or just up 2%? Opinions may vary. Do short hedge funds routinely gamble numbers like 40 million in puts? 80. And no. You can assume that it's not a gamble. It's not a, oh, I really hope this hits type play. It's a, we're going to make this work type of play. VN back down to the 60s. What was it at this morning? I know JFresh gave me an update. Hold on. VN is at, yeah, Vega neutral at 61. Nice touch butts emoji, Eric. I don't think VN's really come up. None of the calls bought last week were far dated. So you need people buying far dated calls for Vega neutral to rise. When and what price are the $80 million worth of puts? I think it's actually more than that, but they were buying them all of last week and the week before. They started moving into the positions around 512. And they've only increased them in size. Do you think they've hoarded all the shortable shares and will powerbomb the stock price at earnings? Gamma slide in place for the smackdown. Yeah. I don't think they're hoarding the shortable shares, but they've definitely got a, they've got a lot of OI at 110 and 100. 3,000 OI went into the money at 120. 110 has 3,900 OI. 100 has 3,800 OI. 95 has 3,000 OI. 3,000 OI at 90. 5,000 OI at 80. Then 2,000, 2,000, 2,100, 2,700, 3,100. All the way down to Vega neutral. And then a very odd amount at $10, which are never going to hit. But those are probably, like, these are probably hedging volatility in the near term. Like those super, super far out of the money ones. Super chat gone. Poof. But I read your super chat. Talked about it a bunch. Gamma neutral is at 91. Delta neutral is at 97. Are there any other unicorn stocks like GME with its own cycles? Yeah. I think they just didn't do anything to control the run up and the FOMO. I think they covered their OPEX obligations. Then retail pushing the price up after that just made their puts cheaper. What do you think of the new NSCC rule? I don't care about it at all. That's not going to affect anything. Oh, thanks, Visceral. Yep, I got them all back now. Oh, poop. Sorry, been in a coma for a month. Should I cut my SST 25Cs? By the way, nice to see everybody again. What's up, Tim? How you doing, man? Welcome back. Would the executive order coming into effect June 3rd potentially cause anything? Very unlikely. Why would it? No, the split isn't confirmed or even announced. Would you buy calls immediately after earnings, i.e. tomorrow morning, or wait until a shareholders meeting and buy Friday morning? I'll probably buy some tomorrow morning, some more, and then I'll wait. Okay, Trina, I read your super chat. I don't know what you're talking about. I read your super chat, and then we talked about your son getting his tail lopped off. Which is horrific. This is why you don't mow your own lawn, people. Or better yet, don't even have a lawn in the first place. I'm beginning to think holding my $92 puts that expire this Friday was a mistake. It could have been, yeah. That's really, really far out of the money, Jimbo. I had not a lot of time to realize that price. I'm putting together a short documentary film on the GME saga and would like you to participate. Where can I message you with details? Discord or Twitter? Is it Shilly? Just tell me now if it's going to be Shilly. The other ones were Shilly. Dig a big pit in your front yard instead, and then flood it so the ducks have somewhere to swim. Y'all are really being unreasonable about this. Why did RC move the split announcer date? He didn't. Oh, Jesus. Narrator, it was. UN, Russia talks about allowing export of wheat through Odessa. A threat to the wheat play? Could be. My band had one listener on Spotify last month. Was it you? I'm not telling. Hey, Girk, remember when you tried to do a collab? That time you did a collab with Cosmic Lightning Warrior? You should go back and rewatch that. Watching you try to be serious was pure internet gold. Uh, when will MM start hedging the downside? Friday? Monday? They already are. Do you want to start a YouTube channel in which we go out and eat various New York City restaurants and only say 2 or 3 short sentences about the quality of the food? Ooh. Like a blog? Or like a vlog? We could be vloggers? Food vloggers? Because nobody cares about obscure oscillators, Stefan, except you. Have you seen the clip where Cosmic Warrior pukes down himself? No. My super chat just sat there and then went away. I mean, it did, and I read it, and then we discussed it. You're spending a lot of time talking about your super chat. I don't know why. You should make a vlog about making a blog about fixing clogs. That's too much. Man v. Kirk. Portfolio is one of those words, when I say it 10 times, it totally loses all meaning and becomes nonsense. Interesting. Are you surprised they started slamming the price so early? No. And they're not slamming the price. They're doing relatively nothing. People are just selling their calls and the price is dropping. They have puts, so the market maker is accelerating the downward price action because as the market maker is shedding its long positions, its long hedge, it's buying up its short hedge, selling off its short hedge. Yeah. As people sell their calls, the market maker is selling off a short hedge. Ugh. So many inverses there. Blah 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 lobs law bombs. Huh. I don't know who that is. You missed my super chat from a few weeks ago. Can you read it, please? No. Price dips $3. Everyone else slammed to the ground. Can GME recover? Daddy, please hold me in my covered calls. You'd think people with covered calls wouldn't be so sad about the price going down. I wonder which group lost more money. The covered call sellers who sold before Wednesday, even though that was a terrible idea, versus far out of the money call buyers. I know the answer. It's them. Yeah, it was the call buyers. I'm devastated on both sides. Cosmic Lightning Warrior has been kind of a buzzkill recently. Trying his best to spread FOMO, but he doesn't cover any TA. Feels like Mo Money 2.0. Oh, okay. My array of 147, 150, and 155 CCs are just fine. But let's see if that's true by Friday, right? Yeah. I'm a DRS enjoyer. I don't make any money at all. DRS, Computer Share thanks you for your fee payments. That was the play of the century. Buying Computer Share stock in October. What a missed opportunity for a pull. I don't need a pull to answer that. We have the data. Does that mean that splitting up the order feels better? I have no idea. I've never done currency conversion on IBKR. You know, Stefan, I feel like your gears are easily ground. When you do your trading, do you deliberately choose a specific exchange or just let the front running run free? I just let the front running run free. I don't care. I'm not going to route through some shit exchange and get a terrible fill. Best calls to buy to capture any black swan following the shareholders meeting. Jan 23 950s. I'm in. They're not going to change much, probably either way. Sorry for bad English. I'm Romanian. Last year, I sent you a super chat when the sun was at zenith following the third full moon of summer. I showed you my iron condor. Please respond. I didn't like what I saw. Jesus Christ. Thank you for all educating me on the semantic satiation. And so now I present the worst case scenario. Ampersand. Interesting. Confirmed computer share up 40% since October 21, down from a high of 60% up. Almost because of you, I was able to teach my dad how to sell calls on his GME position. Because of that lesson, my dad will generate way more income and retire earlier. Thank you. No problem, Justin. Congrats, man. Jesus was a better market maker than Kenny. He was able to rehypothecate bread and fish. That's on smart routing function in IBKR for fills. I don't know how much better they'd be. Are you day trading? If you're day trading, it might be worth it. So buy puts on CS as the log curve flattens on DRS? Probably. Ugh. Let's see what the spy's doing. Little support here at 407, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if it'll drop further today. It's already down 139 basis points. Are you one of those filthy hippies who just wants everyone to get along and sing Kumbaya? Because I am. No. Do you have a retina scanner to open your apartment door? No, because I don't want someone to chop my eyeball out. I've seen that movie. I'm not a purist and not my problem, but curious how a split either way would affect a fractional share. I mean, it should just divide it. We investors hate this one simple trick. Is that holding? So if our enemy knows the stock is going to run each cycle, why aren't they YOLOing into each one to maximize profits? Risk models? I mean, they do. Sort of, right? That's what entropy hedge does. Also, God's security analysis is long as fuck. I didn't say it was a fun book to read. I said it was a good book to read. Do fractional shares even exist outside of brokers, or are the brokers just splitting their shares so you can buy fractions? Essentially. Yeah, they don't really exist elsewhere. The broker owns a share, you own a fraction of that share. First time commenter, 617 100p. Should I throw it into options prof calc with like 40% IV reduction to see how much I need the price to drop to counter IV crush? Yeah, that makes sense. I don't want to. Why would you send me that? Why does bros inverse the market? Who cares? You think your investment in Dutch Brothers coffee is gonna like it's gonna be the next Apple or something? Have puts. Would you rather BBBY 10C or 20 for Jan? 10 for August. How do you not just get discouraged from people asking the same question from a year ago? My friends keep asking similar questions I've answered repeatedly, either forwarding info or books. What do? Just ignore them. Like when I get tired of a question, I'll just ignore it for a while. It's the best. Uncle Parzival, thank you so much for upgrading to Billionaire. Make sure to DM me on the Discord so I can get you added to that sweet, sweet country club.
Happy birthday,
I'm not
girl.
sharing the Togor.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no.
Also, shouldn't somebody clean that and maybe bandage it? Like, what kind of hospital is he in? Sometimes you ignore me when I say hi, and then you say hi to everyone else. I'm sorry, Justin. Hello, Justin. That's just for you, not for anyone else. I'm only saying hello to you. He can clip it himself. Of course he needs surgery. They need to put his fucking toe back on. I put in different options calculators. I get different answers for the contract value due to IV. How to make an educated guess about proper, current, and future IV. Just experience. Yeah, you can use the historical IV30 chart. Remember, options calculator will always be an estimate. CBOE and brokerages do not use Black-Scholes model, although they do use their own proprietary models that are similar to Black-Scholes. Black-Scholes is made for European options, which don't factor in the ability to be exercised early. And most options calculators just use Black-Scholes. If you had a 100cc for 610, what would be your strategy if you were poor to keep your shares? I would hold it and try to buy it back in the next couple days, as IV and the price are likely to drop. My tax attorney search turned up Remy Lacroix. Definitely a wrong link. Why are people putting Remy Martin in sparkling water? That sounds like a terrible drink. Probably get herpes from it. How come in your YouTube subscription video, it looks like you were being held hostage and making shifty-eyed glances off the camera towards your captors? Because YouTube forced me to make that video. It's a requirement. I don't like required things. Yeah, I don't think Jan 2023 options are going to really see a lot of shift in IV because of like the earnings crush. There's not a lot of IV priced into those, right? Recommending another collab with Justin and Josh. After watching so many GME tubers, these two align with your thoughts and watch the stream. Huh. Yeah, I don't want to do collabs anymore. Quinine water. Hundred 134% IV at 950s. Not that bad. Many millions in IWM July puts bought today. Significant or no? Good for BBBY. The IV drop. I mean, the price will continue to drop. The IV will likely also continue to drop. Odds we see 100 or less immediately after earnings. I mean, it's priced in. I have 100p for 610. That's currently negative 33%. Would holding them beyond today be smart? Or should I close them out at a loss today? I mean, you have some time for the price to drop, but I don't know when you bought them. Why do people buy their fucking options so far out of the money? If you can't afford options, don't buy them. 33% ago. Oh, yeah. The market makers are pricing in a 22% move. Up or down. Hmm. Vukare. Interesting. I guess it's 22% up. Based on what? I love how everyone's options are just really far out of the money right now. I mean, this split dividend record date isn't going to be for at least 10 days from today or tomorrow, right? So you don't have to worry about it. Why would I enema coffee? I have a 220 call. Jealous? Not at all. When in doubt, further out, right? Sometimes. I don't hate that. The discrepancies in the volatility, JMac. And it's across the smile. It's not just on a single contract. Walk in. So what's the deal with the Dans? You have so many characters in this not cult. I've been here for a bit, not really knowing. Given that sweet degen. I think the best place to find out the information regarding Dans is probably from the Book of the Dans or the clip in the playlists titled What Are Dans? Do any of your family members own GME? I don't fucking know. Why would I tell them? Dans are the yang to our yang. I mean, if you pay them enough, they'll yang your yang. But holding puts overnight seems risky, but maybe worth it tonight. Holding short-term calls overnight tonight would be a crackhead move. Yeah, probably. Are you a chess player? I have played chess. I wouldn't call myself a chess player. Did you see that Diablo Immortal was finally released in the Apple Store? Who cares? You guys have phones, don't you? Download it. While we're killing time, any updates on other Pickles Picks positions? I'm shedding a little bit of my X position. I don't really care about CLVR right now. That was never a Pickles pick, by the way. Or was it? No, it wasn't. Veru has been over since it hit 15. Costco bottom was sweet. I'm still in on Visa and Cat. Rig, I'm still in it. Win AMC for Pickles picks? Never. When we seller box it? How's the parking lot REIT going? We're still seeking funding. What do you think about loading up with 200 Cs for July 15 and averaging down until the next run up? That seems like a terrible way to buy options. Are Pickles picks only for stocks that you think will go up? Sometimes. I told everybody to short Airbnb like 3 weeks ago. That was fucking awesome. I think only one other person did it with me, but generally the upside of stocks is more reliable. The downside is more profitable, but it's less reliable. I love Airbnb. I know you do, Ryan. Or you mean you love how shit it is? How is downside more profitable? Because selling begets more selling, whereas FOMO dies out a lot faster. So like, you know, if something loses a lot of value quickly, that will cause more people to sell, which then causes more value to be lost, which generates more fear. And so fear compounds faster than bullishness. Bullishness dies out quickly. Bears have better endurance. Did you see the SEC video? No, but I assume it's about AMC shareholders. Unless it's GME, then it's an infinite hype loop. I know. Bulls have longer reach. I mean, it depends on what the underlying's worth, but yeah. Like, upside moves are unpredictable, right? They're volatile and unpredictable, like a bull. So like stocks that are breaking out to new highs, you don't know where it's going to go. A stock that's tanking, you know where it's headed. SS losing their mind over the SEC video. They're so easily manipulated. Why do they care about this kind of shit? Like, that's what gets me, is like, they care so much about the dumbest fucking things. It's like, oh, the SEC released this funny video. Oh, what are we gonna do? That's fair, Diamond Dickie Dan. Why would the SEC be on our side? Gary's a Goldman man. He's, you know, probably more on Jeff Bezos' side than he is on our side. What's for lunch today? I got puts on chicken parm. Yeah, I'm not getting anything. I already ate. Ugh. Fuck. Tired. $150 end of day? No, probably just $120. Where can I get a hat like yours? You can't. It's one of a kind. Looking extra plump today. I'm swollen from all the salt. No, I've actually been rowing. I rowed 4 days this week. Maybe it's inflammation from all the muscle I'm building. If you had 100 shares of the high cost basis, would you swing trade cycles or just sell CCs? I'd probably do everything I feasibly could to get my cost basis down and make more money. I have no idea what the difference is between a regular stock split and a stock split dividend. It's just accounting practice. One is issued as a dividend, the other is just split directly on the exchange. It doesn't split shorts. Does that help, Andy? Inflammation from all those Oreos. That's probably true. There's lots of windows in the room I'm currently in, Stefan. All right, I need some caffeine. I'll be right back. The idea of instant millionaires keeps them interested, but there's no other analysis to keep the conversation going. True. The human mind evolved to like plants. Maybe yours did. I've already played full bowl today. What do you want me to check? It's down. I don't care, but 108.2 on iBarrow desk. It's quite high. Do you ever just buy hookers or sign up on seeking arrangement? No. If you were a Care Bear, you'd be Grumpy Bear. It's a good thing I'm not. Fidelity hit a buy rate of 15. Would you be excited? It already did. No. It's expected. I hope these instant dissolve caffeine tablets fucking pump me up. Ah, I'll fall asleep doing this shit today. Hey, back below 120. What would excite you today? You know, not much. Solana network halted. It's whiny and the stock is flat. It's just, it's the worst. It's days like this where people are like, maybe I should have DRS'd my shares. I don't know. What's gonna happen? They're so scared of the unknown. And the unknown's the only thing keeping me going at this point. Hey, it's me, your excitement. Fuck off. If I rolled my CCs deeper in the money, would you vicariously feel the thrill? No. It's a sugar dating website? Why would you want to date sugar? Then you really are lost. But I'm trying to excite you. I know. You're a Dan. You know how to do that the right way. Supersonic is totally codependent on itself to always be full of drama. uh, online forums and toxic relationships with themselves. Even yelling at Stefan's not doing anything for me today. How come you don't consider GME transferring to NASDAQ? Wouldn't that guarantee a share recall? How come NASDAQ transfer? Oh, you fuck right off, Stefan. You fuck right off right now. It's not discussed because it's not happening. If they announce it happening, then we'll discuss it. If, like the guy you mentioned earlier today, I met you in real life, I would yell, "I love you," frag at you, and then run away as fast as I could. I'm very quick over short distances. Let's YOLO some 2 DTE calls on Sundial. I said I was bored, not stupid. No, it doesn't replace the old rate. And it also doesn't... That's the public rate as well. For all you know, Citadel has a deal with Vanguard and BlackRock to borrow shares at 1%, regardless of the current market rate. That's the beauty of the opaque nature of the market. You're not behind the paywall. Well, all you have to do is tie ancient Mayan prophecies into Ryan Cohen tweets and imply that Ryan Cohen believes really strongly in ancient Mayan prophecies. Guy who's bored. And if you can stick the landing on that, you got yourself a successful DD. Some people learn to troll, others like Stefan are born with the gift. I've put an insane amount of effort into trolling you here, and Stefan puts me to shame without even trying. But he's not trolling. That's the difference, Walford. You're gonna make the perfect grumpy, senile old man one day. No, once the senility starts to take hold, I'm done. Changes in the DICs and the confirmation of OPEC cycles combined with the IV drop. Can you explain the impact of GME moving the earnings date? Goddamn motherfucker. What is with people today? Think of something new to troll me with. The earnings date movement and are you streaming earnings are played out. Yell at me, Dad. I can't take it and it will affect me personally. That sounds sad. They should be paying you for this. I mean, they do, but I get like a penny. Roberto, you really need to read the room, man. Who looks like they're hyped for earnings? Shareholder meetings tomorrow. What was your favorite part about Costa Mesa? I don't know. I was pretty drunk most of the time I was there. Could you talk louder? No, but you could turn me up. What would you do if RC tweeted out a picture of pineapple pizza with the fillings of a chopped cheese on top of it? Sell everything. Have you DRS'd your 5 shares to keep the boogeyman Kenny from committing crime on them? I have found myself in and around the Goat Hill. Or the goat, as it is known. Although I saw some dude get stabbed on the pool tables in the back, and I stopped going there after that. Orange County is the whitest place in America, easily. That depends on who's estimating that. That's about what it was this morning, but it's been going up, TM. Have you learned anything useful in your degree program yet? No. But hey, I paid for one more semester, so let's go. Do you ever pity AMC bag holders? No? But it shocks me the amount of bullshit that they buy into. Although I'm finding that to be more and more common everywhere on the internet. Like, people's ability to differentiate bullshit from actual information is is terrible. You'd think, like, basic logic would cripple most pro AMC arguments. No. Like, it's like they want to believe it's true, even though it's blatantly false. And I don't understand that. Were those your 10K shares available to borrow at 88%? No. I'd like to see GME match revenue from the previous year. I don't think they will. But I don't want to see a miss on revenue. That would be bad. Not that anybody owns the fucking stock besides us and ETFs. Have you gotten a sense from your classes what the other students are hoping to use their degree to achieve professionally? The only person I've talked to in my classes, I think, is a professional sugar baby. I don't know what her intentions are with the degree. She did quite well though. I think she got a B. Well-educated sugar baby. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Abraham Lincoln. Praise Mats, who will ride our candles to the sun. And RC, a fellow acolyte, knows this. Oh boy. I feel like being antagonistic and posting on Twitter, tagging all the bullish AMC people with a screenshot of my insane AMC put gains. Yeah, that's not going to do any good. The grandma house has no potential. I'll never live in it. I'll sell it immediately if I obtain it. What's her number? I need a new girlfriend after I become rich. Nah. What a comment about specific GME focused subreddit. Latest theory about why SI was going up. On a flight to San Diego, just popped in to say I was able to sell my weekly puts at the bottom today. And excited for terrible earnings. Best pickle cult I ever joined. Please say fuck you, JFresh. I hope you have a lovely day, sir. Do you wear coughless chaps to class? How else would you get the ladies? Someone once told me the world is gonna roll me. Noam Chomsky. Time to buy more Amazon stock. I don't want to buy anymore. It's not that quiet in here right now. I keep getting indestructible shoe ads ever since your severed toe comments. You gotta have at least one party at grandma's house. BBBY 100K candle. Cool. I mean, that's not one candle. That's several. Interesting. BBBY is doing a thing. Someone's snapping up that cheap share price. Welcome to the jungle. We've got fun and games. Mahatma Gandhi. I'm pretty sure that's not a Mahatma Gandhi quote. Why are pickle lights not a subscription level and this not a cult? It's a good question. Do you see any advantage to formal learning? Structure. Also, certification that you know what you're talking about. Which is, I mean, the value of that's questionable, but we chose to go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Turn the house into Airbnb. What the fuck would somebody want to come and stay on Long Island? It's like, oh, you know what I really want to do? Go to a New York beach. That sounds like the best. Take a look at your rounded bottom, Dan Almighty. CNBC just reported they have identified the origin of monkeypox as the viewer who is advocating licking toilet seats. Son of a bitch. He did it. What an absolute goat. Can you divulge your secrets regarding your ability to somehow get even more ruggedly handsome each day? Is there an ointment I can buy? It's a strict beauty regimen, Baradactyl. I don't think you're ready for it. Company policy says they'll reimburse me 100% even if I get all Fs. Ouch. Yeah, it could be if it's announced tomorrow. What's your most controversial trading opinion? I have no idea. Are my aren't like most of my opinions controversial? In my previous life, I was a potato, Adam Aaron. I mean, okay, that's just now you're just copy and pasting his Twitter account. Think we pump and dump or just trade in this channel? I think we're right where we're supposed to be. Yeah, cat's recovering okay. I am not a cat, Richard Nixon. They're not life changing, Stefan. Now that you're bored waiting for GME MACD Death Cross daily plus IV Crush to enter your life changing GME options position, can you please tell us how you knew that DDS going down to 230 ish? Nope. Because I'm the best. Know your place. I love how it drives Stefan insane that like all of his indicators pointed to a bounce and then it still fell. Stefan, what if there's more to stocks than shitty oscillators? Did you think about that? It's pretty significant on like up to 30 days out, up to 45 days out, really, Bob. Is it true that way back in the 1980s, secret government employees dug up famous guys and ladies and made them using genetic copies? Probably not. I thought the Depp Heard trial had already like been like suspended or something, or there was like a mistrial. The snack that smiles back, CBOE. Okay, that's actually amazing. Fiscal stupidity. In the money puts and calls experience less IV crush than out of the money. Yes, moderately. I think you should challenge the mods of Superstock to a fist fight. That sounds wildly immature and childish. Let me get on it. Don't go chasing covered calls. Left Eye Lopez. May she rest in peace. Oh, it's done. Still can't believe it. Pat Oswalt got away with killing her. That's not how. No, you've got them mixed up. Hmm. You can't triple stamp a double. Pox upon your house, sir. I thumb my nose at you, sir. Pox upon you and your kin as well. What's your price target for Airbnb? I already sold my puts. This is like 2 weeks ago, man. You gotta be on top of this shit. If I have 130cc, rolling it down to 120 right now would net me a decent chunk of premium. Would Ivy Crush after earnings make it cheaper to roll back up if the price doesn't tip hard? Yes. It's not medieval Gherk. It's Victorian Gherk. Or Elizabethan. Bleh. No, that word's gone. I'm not gonna try to say it. Elizabethan. Can puts be used to hedge a position? Matt Kors. I knew you were poor, but favorite video game as a kid? Kid Chameleon. We had, when I was like 7, we had a Sega Genesis, and my grandma would play Kid Chameleon with me. And it was the most insufferably difficult game. But it was like one of the only ones I had. What do you have against canned black olives? I mean, you just, nothing, but you just, I don't even know. Like, you've got a filet mignon, medium rare, and your accompanying dish is like they're an appetizer, sure. You don't eat them with a filet. At least upgrade your olive game if you're gonna put it right there next to your $35 steak. Like, you're a fucking pigeon whale, Jupiter, again. You know, you're better than that. Or you should strive to be. Why would other stocks drop with GME's earnings? It's just you, LGM. Ultra and ultra short oil and gas ETFs. I mean, if you're just going to play oil for a short period of time, they're probably fine. I stand by my food. I mean, the steak looked good. It's like, I don't know how to describe your dish. Like the plating choice, not only the plating choice, but the accompanying can of olives. It just seems like, I don't know, maybe it's like someone serving you like duck l'orange with onion rings on the side, like some onion rings on the side. In need of not financial advice. You're in the wrong place, sir. What personal opinions on earnings price today? What do you mean? Like, what do I think the stock's gonna do? Ask the real question. Kobe beef with the side of juicy fruit gum. You know you've been watching for too long. When Girk starts answering questions you can't see because how many viewers you've blocked over the months. What are your thoughts on AB staying the same or going higher based on MMs knowing about ETF rebalancing or volatility clustering, etc.? I don't think, I mean, GME IV doesn't ever crush that much, but it does crush. And they are pricing in a move. And when that move is unrealized, the pricing of that move will be shed. Because they're not going to hedge at that higher rate, right? Ultra short was in the thousands in '08. Yeah, that's not going to happen again, right? Because it's a depreciating asset, so they keep they keep splitting it in order to maintain value in the fund or in the like share price. Your mom's hot friend. Ugh. Do we know if we're answering questions at earnings? Not earnings, but I think at the shareholder meeting, they're taking some questions. They won't be like they probably won't be from retail. A bowl of Count Chocula and braised leg of lamb. Foie gras and Funyuns. Who would be real for just a second? French cuisine is just meh. I mean, do you like butter? Thanks, man. Honest opinion on Brazilian putts. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to make it through the tour this year. The PGA is very non-inclusive. Beluga caviar on bagel bites. Honestly, I've had beluga caviar and it just tastes like salt, like crunchy salt. I really don't understand the appeal. Are you bearish on price actions for earnings? Isn't everyone? No, I think Japan has the most Michelin starred restaurants. Check DMs. I need to borrow something. Is it money? Ugh, you were so young back then, turd. Shroomy Boom used to be a member on here. He is a fucking idiot. You were the first person to talk about DRS. And no, you can't borrow a knife. You're gonna have to live with it. I don't think its flavor profile is that complex. I mean, that depends. There's some they do have like flavor profiles in French cuisine that are complex. They do tend to be more hearty. Lots of umami flavors, but they can be complex. I do like Italian food better, Japanese food. Like French is not my top favorite cuisine. Beef Wellington. It's gonna be beef Wellington wrapped with Eggo waffles. Japan is second for stars. France is first. Really? Huh. I mean, it's biased, right? Because Michelin's French. Michelin's biased, but we won't get into that. Michelin, it's a tire company. Imagine letting a tire company pick your restaurants. What a crazy world. Oh, you can't give me credit for your options trades, Popcorn Trader. You pick those all on your own. How did a tire company get into restaurants? They wanted people to drive more, so they created a guidebook for destinations. Marco Pierre White's exact sentiments. Cuisine is a French word. The game is stacked. Swordfish steaks seared in a Mountain Dew. Seared and then a Mountain Dew reduction topped with corn nuts. That's disgusting. Steel belted radials and brandy sauce. Yeah, I went pretty deep into wheat, and I'm still happy holding, but the sacks are pretty heavy, and I think they're about to pull my cabinets off the wall. When do I start making money? Oh, I assumed that you just bought wheat to feed to you and your friends. Is that not why you bought it? Like to garner favors in the duck community? You know what? I want them to reboot the original Kitchen Nightmares. Not the one they started making in America that was all dramatic and bullshit, right? But like the original one where it looked like Ramsey like actually cared about the restaurant success because like he was gonna get a commission or something. Um but I want Ramsey to go and be critical at like Michelin starred restaurants. Like he's gotta go to like like Aaliyah in Chicago and be like, you know, you really need more traditional cooking. You need to simplify this menu. No, Gordon Ramsay didn't commit suicide. I know people that have like met him and they all said he was really nice. Alinea. Oh yeah. I haven't slept a lot today. I also can't pronounce the name of the guy who runs runs that restaurant, or like the head chef. His last name makes no sense. Is it Achats? Or like Acats? Does he work for the SEC? Yeah, Anthony Bourdain does not seem like Ramsey. Is VXX is still is decoupled from the VIX? Yeah, I know. I've seen some episodes of Chef's Table, but I find like while I don't mind listening to Vivaldi's Summer over and over and over again, it's just the most pompous, like, oh yeah, this dish is my childhood, like over and over and over again. It's like, fuck you, you sell dinner for like $300 a plate every night. Stop trying to like compound your brand. I don't know, it's kind of disgusting. Ralph Wiggum, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got
This meal represents my dad. Just make food and make it taste good. Like, that show's so full of like bullshit drama.
RC and a BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke.
Thanks, Trash.
Trades is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I 100% accept that most indicators are kind of janky. So now that I publicly admit this, can you please tell us how you knew DDS was going from the down to the 220s, 230s on this last dip? Stock God. Today on Chef's Table, I'll be serving you a souffle, fashioned to resemble the book Goodnight Moon. It's my five-time cancer surviving mother would read it to me every night when I was 14 years old. Oh yeah, I mean a lot of the restaurants are very good. I just feel like that culinary world is so full of just dickheads. Big partnership acquisition announcement tomorrow. Also confirming your stock ad status. I don't know. Unlikely. We want Ryan Cohen to buy the bottom, right? Not the halfway down. Stock ad Kirk. Stefan's losing his shit because he doesn't understand how I knew that DDS was going to keep going down. Here's the real question, Stefan. Did you buy the dip? And if you bought the dip, did you sell on the run up? You're like the Howard Stern of stock trading. I think that might be an insult. If you bought the dip, was it guac? I'm not from the culinary world. What does that even mean? You're just jealous of Stefan's ability to identify inverse intraday rounded bottom cup and handles. There's nothing I've been less jealous of in my life. Closer, Seagid, but no. It wasn't just the volume trend. So pressure collapsed. Long live the Bears, I guess. Look at you, Gaff. Do you think I should hold my 130Ps through earnings? It's up to you. They're gonna lose some value, so you better hope the price drops more. I'm not Persian. Actually, DDS is more volatile because of its illiquidity, so it would be less precise. I'm not Afghani either. I'm not Middle Eastern in the slightest. I'm white. Like the bread. I think Stefan's problem is that he's still operating in a geocentric model when he performs his stock astrology. Little does he know, we've discovered that the Earth in fact orbits the sun. Wait, that is geocentric. You mean heliocentric model? I'm from the culinary world because I too risk it for the biscuit. Oh boy. Cooking shows are same like adult videos. It's all pompous and ego. And I'd rather do it than just sit there unsatisfied. You can look at the relative drop in IV30 on previous earnings. I know. Two true stock astrologers use relativity. Why would I ever be done with stocks? The meme stock has gone full fractal. Tell Stefan you knew it was gonna drop because it's just a Scorpio thing. Are you a Scorpio? I don't know what that is. When did you stop using your daily horoscope to trade SPY dailies? I never have. I'm sure there are people that do. I'm sure it probably has a success rate too. No, Stefan, that's what you don't understand is I can't. Not I could. There's no I could. Oh shit. That's a tiny steering wheel. Scorpio is scorpion, but in Spanish. I mean, I wouldn't say it's stuck in a channel. When are we waiting? Entering June OPEX? Still waiting? Already entered? Still waiting. Always waiting. Until it's time to pounce. But go back explaining what you were playing with that has a tiny steering wheel. I've been slowly disassembling a toy car that I found in the hallway. See, I've got the little tiny axle. I don't know why I disassembled it. I had a screwdriver on my desk and a tiny toy car, and I've been very bored today. Would you do a DD post split of you evaluating GameStop and the fair value for its stock once we have some forward guidance? Well, the forward guidance would give additional speculative value to the stock. No, it's a tiny car. It's like that big. What I want to do is I want to find that idiot on Twitter who was like, I'm going to call Pi-Fi out when I told him that the MACD cross was a false positive like 2 weeks ago. Guess what? I don't know if it's a Hot Wheels car. It's a tiny car that I found. It could be a Hot Wheels. But it's on the kid who lost that car's emotional well-being. Interesting news. Breaking news, Morant's Rants thinks you're a grifter. Okay. Good for him. I think he's a moron. So, you know, we got that going. Maybe I should go read up on all his great DD. Oh, wait. Awkward. Oh, how about all his super original theories that he came up with? Never mind. Will you be streaming the Johnny Depp Amber Heard verdict? No, because I don't care who's shot and who's bad. Peace and love to you too, LGM. Stop, he's already dead. No, keep going. I don't know what to do now. At this point, I just think they're jealous because they lost money on options. Can I get these fucking windows out of here? I cracked it. That's not what I wanted to do. Think we'll see a small pump in the close? Sure, why not? I think nothing exciting is going to happen until after hours. That's what I think. Aha! I did it. I got this like plastic piece that represents the windows out. Now I just have the frame. I'm going to place it right here. Put it here. Is that... Hold on. Yeah, it's a little tiny hippie van. Concerning Marantz, his moderator, Kyoto Exports, talks smack about you constantly in Discord. So Marantz just takes his word for it. His Discord is super toxic and he doesn't know any better. Sounds like he's a fucking idiot then, right? Like... Bullard went on air and said, J-Pow is my daddy. Janet Yellen is my mommy. What's dollars for again? I'm confused. Ugh. Classic Federal Central Bank meltdown. What else do I have here to play with? Good. No, not you. Nice try, chicken tender daddy. I know TA is a limited tool, but is there anything we can tell from cycle patterns inside the Dorito or Doom? Or anything we can gather from what will happen once we reach the end close? What Dorito of Doom? That's, you know, that's not real, right? That's just bullshit. That's just someone drawing lines around the price action. Has anyone ever tried to steal the money printer? No, but we've given a few away. That Dorito DD made him a super stock mod. Cool. Now he can pick up those sweet, sweet DRS kickbacks. I just got back from AA. Apparently I didn't miss anything. Nope. Put fractals. When you will be forced... What the fuck is TT? Over under 12 million DRS by end of the quarter? Who cares? Irrelevant data. It's not going to be more than 20%. It's definitely not going to be 50%. I don't care about it. Hit me up in like Q1 of 2026 and we'll see how it's going. Did you look at the FTD data for May? No, not yet. I've been streaming all day. Did you? What's a large amount of FTDs? Well, over 1 million's interesting. Today is boring. They're, I mean, trying to crush IV as much as they can, or at least keep it from raising anymore. I did, nothing interesting. Yeah, I didn't expect anything on this one. Should be pretty fucking boring. Did you or do you plan to enter any positions today before earnings? I've got some puts. What pushes the price down more? Out of the money or in the money puts? In the money puts. Higher delta. More delta, more down. Negative delta, specifically. How big dip after earnings? Well, because GameStop doesn't make money yet. That's not the thing they're doing right now. They're in the middle of investing into a turnaround, which is expensive. I don't know who TT is. Is that Trades? Don't even put me in the same basket with these idiots. I don't care about any of them. They're irrelevant. They're just scamming people until those people realize what's up, and then those people will be like, wow, I've been scammed by this moron for a year, which tells them a lot about their own intelligence level, or they'll never realize it, which is even more impressive. Seem like replicating idiot basket. I can't say I have margin B. I want to ban someone on Discord. Who is it? Atomic. Just tell me their name. I'll ban them right now. You don't even have to ask twice. Someone's getting banned. Out with it. Do you think GME will have positive EPS in 2023? I mean, I hope so. I'm not even going to look at his message history. Boom. Done. Question on historical IV crush. Historically, IV drops about 20%. Your guidance on further options makes sense to limit IV crush, but near date puts could make sense if the underlying tanks. Yeah. You just need it to tank. I mean, like, you don't want to buy them far out of the money, right? Because you need them to go in the money relative to the drop in IV. Thanks, Dominic. Have they historically pushed price down to any of our magic numbers post earnings? Do you know if any trend in them dropping price to say DN, GN after earnings? I mean, DN will probably slide below gamma neutral as more and more calls get burned, but most of the calls will get burned after today. Like all the strangles and shit people are buying into right now, those will get burned out. And once all that closes, then delta neutral can slide back below gamma neutral, and we can move down further into the put range. Sacrificial ban. What strikes are your puts at? I have 125s, 120s, and 110s. You gotta tell us who it was. I don't know. I can't even remember their name now. That's how little it meant to me. Why would a fund borrow shares at 101%? Who said they are? They wouldn't, first of all. Valuation glitches? I haven't seen any. DRS Boss estimates are 13 million for retail ownership, not counting retail non-DRS shares, plus 1.8 million insider ownership gives us 24.8 million shares closely held, or 32% shares of outstanding. Okay. Yeah, RC's been the chairman for a year. Tiny wheels. Look at that. Whoa. 617, Kai. Why'd you ban me? I didn't. Nice try, Petzel. I know your Discord name. It's the same. How much do you need to make off the next round to upgrade your webcam? Millions. Gold 2 and TFT. See you soon. Why didn't you ban me? Because it's fun to watch you suffer, JC. Can you explain again last year why we did not see significant price action around June OPEX and ETF rebalance? Was it because of the share offering? Yes. That and the subsequent ETF rebalance that put us in another index, and the sale of like 12 million more shares of GameStop. More shares of GameStop sold in that like 3-week period than retail has bought all fucking year this year. Rude. How high is the potential of your position to make over $1 million in gains the June OPEC cycle? Decent? I mean, I would need to like 4x-ish right now. Well, with what I plan on spending right now, I would need to 4x. As long as I sell all my contracts at 4x or more, then I will make that much money. Any forward guidance is going to be super bullish and could be a catalyst. It could be. What about 10x? Well, then I would make 6x more than I planned. Have you ever done jury duty? I've not been selected to be a juror. At the last trial that I had to go to for jury duty, I told the defense lawyer that I believed fully that the DA's accusation was the same as an admission of a guilt. The defense lawyer apparently didn't like that. I mean, why would any DA worth his salt be charging cases he couldn't win? And the fact that it had gone to trial, I mean, I can't be a juror, which is honestly pretty rad. It's kind of cool. Is it because you're not a peer? In the last OPEX run, did your options 4x? No, they did much better than that. Although to be fair, at 4x, I'd just made up my losses. Just tell them you believe in a hung jury. I mean, of course I would. I'm on the jury. Do you think everyone they bring to trial is guilty? No, but I also didn't want to sit there for 3 weeks. So that day, yes, I believed it. I used the super stonk defense. It's infallible. I found that wearing my Star Trek uniform keeps me out of jury duty. It is a uniform. If they say something to you about it, just be like, I'm a veteran. How dare you? Your Grace, I served in the Star War. Thank God, Sean Daniels, rehypothecated pigeon whale. I want to become a billionaire. I'm not actively stopping you. That is where the pics can be found. But do know this: it's not actually pictures of my pickle. It's just stocks that I'm researching. You would have a blast at a trial, Gaff. Constantly presenting the bear case. Trying to convince everyone to get on your side. I could see it. Exercising logic and reason over the masses. Seems like your gig. Ooh, maybe at my next jury duty I'll show up dressed in a wig. I'll be like, "Sir, I'm part of the wig party." Yes. Where does one buy one of those wigs? Can you just buy a powdered wig anywhere, like any Halloween shop? Now I kind of want to get another summons for jury duty. You have to ask, you can't afford it. Any prediction for GameStop earnings? Meh. Hey, what kind of prediction do you want? The price of the stock will likely go down. Briefly. I don't know if it'll stay down, but it'll go down a bit. Trials, streaming channels experiencing their own MOASS at the moment. Good for them. Yeah. I got out of jury duty by being a felon. Easiest route to take, in my humble opinion. I feel like there's, a downside to that as well. Powdered wigs were used to cover up symptoms of syphilis. Guybrush is a character in the video game Monkey Island. Rob R, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Can you use Algurka stream card for Pride Month? No. It's too sexualized. Like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke. He's also the harbinger of MOASS. Ugh. You're aware that's the whole stream, right? No, that doesn't make any sense. What's up, TV? How you doing? I feel like you just wait till there's a lull in chat and then you send a message. Are you closing puts at market open no matter what? No. Who said that? Your whole shtick is making money and being hot. Oh, Gurkha for Pride Month. Flattery is gonna get you nowhere, trash. Well, that's not true. Analyst expectations for earnings. No details on strategy to actually make money. No explanation of how their deep relationship with console gamers gives them a competitive advantage with blockchain assets, offered only in PC games. No progress in turning the retail business around. Sounds about right. Yet. If I was writing analyst reports for, you know, like Barron's or Jeffries, I would just put yet at the end of all my reports. Why do you think I have secret pickles picks? I do, but why do you think that? After the rest of the financial markets catch on that Dillionaire is the best trade club on the planet, can we get membership cards? This way we can flash them for VIP entrance to establishments. I'll think about it. Let's beat the market for like another year, though, you know? Or have we already? It's not like it's hard to beat the market right now. It's not doing great. Secret peepees? You know it. They're only in NFT format. We mint them on Solana because that's PiFi's favorite. I sold my Solana at the top. Well, not the top, but halfway down from the top, which is still better than it's at now. Have you ever had cookie dough that's been aged in the fridge? No. Ew. Are the special picks for you alone, or is it a pigeon whale thing? Are you gonna become a pigeon whale and try to find out? What's the accusation from Depp's side? Slander or something? Would you recommend quitting a full-time job in finance that pays $100K a year to day trade stocks full-time? I mean, can you make more than $100K a year day trading stocks full-time? That's a defamation. It boils down to she's crazy and lies. I wish I could prove that about my ex-girlfriends. I'm gonna sue everyone I meet on Tinder now. Deb says she defamed him by saying she was a victim of domestic violence. Because, I mean, she seems kind of like a psychopath. I mean, shitting in someone's bed is some wildly crazy shit, right? I don't know. I'd probably go out with her if she was like a little bit hotter. She's not that hot, and she looked like they both seem nuts. Like, first of all, you have to have two crazy people to make that situation pan out in the first, like, get to that point, right? Elon Musk is busy showing his pee-pee to flight attendants. He's got his own legal problems. Well, trash Dan, that's probably just because they're trying to, like, align themselves with whatever fucking, you know, side of the narrative they're trying to push. I mean, like, I think he's pushing for a defamation suit and they're pushing their fucking anti well, anti-women agenda, I'd assume. Or anti-feminist agenda. Defecation suit. No ma'am club. You know, I don't care who the craziest person in Hollywood is. They're just people. You don't have to read it twice, Stefan. I read it the first time. Nicolas Cage. This channel is rife with toxic masculinity. Really? I wouldn't say there's a lot of masculinity in this chat. Offense meant. It seems they found her guilty on some of it, and the jury's supposed to fill out the amount she owes in damages. Oh shit. Crazy. It's not my fault the women here aren't toxic enough. This chat is the exact opposite of masculine. When do your puts expire? I mean, the date's right on them. They're up there. Gaff, you need to stop saying politically inflammatory things right now. All right? Let's try to rein it in. Everyone's getting way too worked up about bullshit. Disliked, unsubbed. I'm worked up over Diablo Immortal and it being pay to win. Are you more mad about that or the fact that it's on your phone? Utterly disappointed in the lack of tinfoil yesterday on Tinfoil Tuesday. Sorry to disappoint. Not gonna lie, I felt offended by the sudden politically inflammatory talk. I mean, that's on Gaff. If I showed more toxic masculinity, maybe my wife wouldn't have a boyfriend right now. Sometimes, Churd, I think you're being serious, and I can't tell. I don't know, but I'm hoping if I can get Gabriel Plotkin on the show, then I might get like first dibs on that HP printer. That thing would go for millions in auction. What's up, Celtic Mako? How do you expect to see OPEX buying for GME come to the marketplace? Well, they have till the end of quarter two to release the marketplace if they don't delay it, right? I don't know how much institutional interest it'll drive. It'll depend largely on what they say tomorrow, probably. Have you seen the 2006 video of Kramer admitting the bullshit tricks him and the other hedgies would do? Yeah. So? It's called strategy. It's fun. No, I'm not serious. My wife is a degenerate cougar who makes way more money than me. But Smooth, who bought Sundial. What's it like carrying those sundial bags? Do you think he knows that his name is a euphemism for pooping? I don't know. He should, right? Like, there's no way nobody in like his high school was like, "I'm gonna go drop a plaque in," right? It's just like low hanging fruit. Gaff isn't timed out. It is Cena's time, but I don't want to like search the song up. It's too much work. Ooh, I have DMs. Ugh. Yeah, we'll make sure Gaff gets his bonus today. Hold on. Oh, shit.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here.
Does the algorithm pick it up twice and you get a
I got
double
something to
bonus?
show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scene is. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bonafide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
So tomorrow I can buy GME at $55 a share? No? I clearly don't. The flute is fire. I saw you ask about Rig. I said I was still in it. DK, if you're there. I don't know. Maybe someone's reporting you. Popster and Trader, secret penis. Thanks, man. At 55, I could buy 1.2 more shares, probably. Dope. How does one determine how much theta one should buy for GME protective puts, e.g., 1 week, 2 weeks, etc.? Danke. I mean, generally, you want to buy out past the bump in IV, right? So 30 to 45 days out. When do you think we'll see the low for this cycle? 1 to 2 weeks from now? I mean, we could see it tonight. LPI was a 5-bagger today. Thanks, turd. I think you get a lot more billionaires if you advertised it as a way to peek at your PP every Sunday. Interesting. I'm gonna close down the stream and start a new one, I think. Mostly because I need to update my computer. What if all the GME communities since 2021 are just a massive psyop and there's no significant short position? I mean, what if all of the price action that occurs on GME is directly because of buy and hold and playing volatility positions, harvesting free money off of the underlying share ownership by retail? It's curious. Don't know if you saw my last message, but your info on how chameleons change colors came in super handy on a date. Actually thought it was a fever dream when she asked if I knew how it worked. Wait, chameleons? They're more sensitive to changes in Vega, Stefan. They have higher Vega. Are there any other events that earnings is lined up with? Nope. It's coming out right in the middle of everything. I'll probably start the stream at like I don't know, 4:30, 4:45, 4:45 for the earnings call. No, my computer takes like a couple minutes to reboot. Where'd you go? Were you in line at Kava? Is there ever a line? Ooh, FTDs. Holy fuck. BBBY's got some fat FTDs there. Like it. Frequent and fat. Failures picking up? It's got a couple days with 2 million FTDs. 510, 59. It's exciting. Yeah, Jimmy's got some million days too. 5-6, 429, 419, 411. You wouldn't cry if you lost millions of dollars, Gaff? Yeah, you would. I would cry if I was stung by a bee. That sounds painful. So you know how I killed that VWasp? And I was like, I left its body there for the other wasps to see. Well, I was looking at it, and so I decided to Google it. I don't think it's a wasp at all. I think it's in fact a carpenter bee, and probably harmless. We still expect a price drop after earnings into OPEX. Seems like that's how this works. Pretty much. I mean, depending obviously on what's said at the shareholder meeting, but yeah, kind of. You killed the Jesus of bees. Yeah. Killed it pretty fucking dead, too. Yeah, but I don't have any wood in my house. Bezos. It was a big fucker. It had like a fuzzy, like, you know those sweaters girls wear that like go just below their boobs? It was like one of those, but yellow. And then like a black, like a black abdomen, like a shiny black abdomen. But he was a chonky fucker, man. I thought he was like a hornet or something. I see a bug that big, I just kill it. I don't care. He didn't have a tool belt on him. It definitely wasn't a honeybee. I had the same wasp attack me 2 different times in a day. I mean, he's lucky I didn't just toss gasoline on my floor and burn the whole place down. Ensuring his wheat play by killing the pollinators. Yeah, just gotta go out to the Midwest and Idaho this week and with my tanker truck full of DEET. What long-term strategy would you use if you were a short hedge fund? Well, I'd probably short things, right? In line with my investor prospectus. I would identify overvaluation in the market, and then I would enter short positions on it until I believed that it had realized a value I thought was fair. What short-term strategy would you use if you were a marsupial? Excuse you? Bro, I'm in Idaho. You know deep me. I'm just there for the wheat, man. I think we have a late day Depp victory rally. Yeah, I don't know what that is. What is Johnny Depp gonna spend the $50 million on GME? I'm gonna check in again, but where are you with the BNY Melon X Blind Melon DD? I thought I was gonna call it Blind Carnegie Mellon. So I've got the title named down, right? Now it's really about tying forward swaps into 90s music, which is difficult. Why must millionaires keep being put on pedestals? I don't know. Because they're winning at the capitalism game, right? And that makes them perfect targets for idolatry. It's just like cheering on your favorite sports ball player, you know, because they're like, oh, that guy's good at sports, but you know, millionaires and billionaires, they're good at capitalism. People just don't recognize that they're both games. Uh-oh, Johnny lost one of the countersuits. Goodness. Are there millions of synthetic GME shares out there that will need to be closed at some point? Maybe. Will they be closed, Bones? Probably just cash settled. The BlackRock VWASPs. How do you feel about my August 22 250 Clover calls? When's the Senate vote on the marijuana bill? You want more? No, you want them to be more sensitive to Vega. They're more sensitive, not less sensitive, Stefan. I don't idolize you because of your money. I do it because of your stamina to take all of Gaff and Popcorn's questions and your sass. Gaff doesn't really ask a lot of questions. He mostly just makes statements. He's from New Jersey. The upward inflection at the end of a sentence is lost on them. They only ask questions when making statements because they're confused by their statement. It's like you guys have never seen Jersey Shore. New Jersey, same like garbage place, same like dumpster. Senate vote is this Friday. GLHF, man. What to do? Sell CSP on GME now to capture inflated IV, or wait until after earnings and sell after a suspected dump? I would wait until after the shareholders meeting. I mean, it's not like IV on GameStop's going to stay low for long. Upstate New York and Long Island are the same thing as New Jersey, though. They're not a different place. I miss DFV streams. He chose to communicate with such a positive outlook. Good for him. You can go watch them. They're still up, Jacob P. Thoughts on circumcision? It's up to you. Don't you think you're a bit old? Just noticing the comments and how they bait you into negativity. Fair. Although, I'm a fairly negative person. It's not that hard to bait me into it. My buddy's grandfather had to get circumcised at 78. That's awesome. Get a brand new look for a brand new you. I also idolize you because you ate a bowl of cereal on stream that one time. You mean the Fruity Pebbles? There was a reason for that, though. I don't know if positive approach to the market is the best way to approach the market. At least, I'm also a trader, and he was an investor. Investors just like, they buy shit and then wait. They're not, they're not in it as much. It's nice. How to dick to me? Congratulations, Heathdale. I don't understand how you can gain info from the FTD data. I mean, we just track when they're due, and mostly the data is less relevant than the date that FTDs are created on. Like, large volume days are far more important in relation to FTD creation than the FTD report. The FTD reports in the past, it's already irrelevant. People like them, but of all the YouTubers, who has the highest odds of being convicted of market manipulation? It's not possible. They already discussed this. You can't organize a group of people to manipulate the markets. It's literally impossible. Also, all the money would have to be in one place for that to happen, right? So you'd have to create like a fund. Yeah, I can share that on the stream. All right, let's do this. Window capture 4? No. Window capture 3. Hey, we did it. Jimmy's last earnings implied volatility going into earnings is 121. The last time GME released earnings, the implied volatility dropped to 98.1, resulting in an implied volatility crush of 19%. 5 days after earnings, the 30-day IV was 126. You can compare how GME implied volatility changed around earnings for the last 12 quarters. Here's some numbers here for that. And we can look at this. Boom. See, it bounces right back real quick, but it does drop. Okay, everyone read that? I can move. Oh wait, this is AMC. Turd, this is the wrong stock. This is GME. I just have to assume you did that on purpose. I don't think he did it on purpose. It would have been better if he had. Whatever, the stock's going down again. Got him. Wait. Bro, that's after market close? I don't know. I'm gonna need to see a screenshot that says GME on it. You need to zoom out. Also, I can't see the 4 and 5 day. Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay. All right. Now we can. So it is in fact GME. That's just the aftermarket close price. It wasn't a troll, but it would have been an amazing one. Yeah, it means it's aftermarket close. I don't know. I don't understand market chameleon either. Get ready to be banned for the 69th time. Yes, I am. Yaga. You think we'll see more insider buys coming up? Why? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Can they even? Don't they have to wait, right? They have to wait till they have like a window again. Yeah, I don't think they even can. Don't they have to buy after the shareholders meeting? Why would they buy now? You forgot to put they know what their stock is worth, Gav. Look at GME insiders averaging down. I mean, someone had to say it. Does this mean I can front run RC tomorrow? Maybe. That's because the volatility swaps are active across the whole basket. That's why they all have such high IV. How would you feel when RC single-handedly DRSs the entire float? He doesn't have that much money. That's tomorrow. Peanut butter and pickles. You should definitely find a valuation expert. You know, like a Benjamin Graham of our day, Gaff. A Peter Lynch, a Warren Buffett. Maybe Carl Icahn will just buy some GME. What if Carl Icahn buys a bunch of GME and demands a proxy vote and a change? That'd be funny as fuck, actually. I could see that happening. I can also see that happening. Ha! And an empathy swap. Graham didn't invest in enough speculative value to the moon, am I right? Fair. Just idiots, right? They don't know anything. Superstock knows more about fucking market valuation than Benjamin Graham. What? The Bulls can't rally because they're under a big fat wall of puts. The Bears aren't pushing. I haven't played Diablo Immortal. Benjamin Graham, same like Benjamin Moore? No. Icon wouldn't come in and DRS the rest of the flow, but if GameStop dropped to $60, I could absolutely see another activist investor trying to get in. Yeah, I'll probably get demonetized. Not today. Today's been too boring for me to get demonetized, Fluffy. Solana network halted. Is it $5 yet so I can buy more? Does 5,000 OI on a strike imply institutional positions? Could. Probably. Can olive oil be used for frying? Yeah. But it has to be at a lower heat. Does YouTube take away your attendees just for the day when you get demonetized? Yeah. Earnings reports at 5. I'm gonna start the stream at 4:45. So I get a couple minutes to look over the report. I know, Luke's. Thanks, man. Make way, Moana. Could be shorts looking to exercise for shares to sell. Yeah. If people only donated through Ko-Fi, there'd be no demonetizing. It's true. I just don't want to give my money to some absurd patent troll. You know, it's like, fuck them. It's not a lot of money, but it's yeah. Why do you think the market's hinging on the Depp trial? Moana is the meme because that guy supercharged $500 just to type Moana. He did it like a few times too. Oil temperature FUD is rampant. Olive oil could be good from like 325 to 350, right? You sure it's your WeBull piano? No, because it's got both of my WeBull accounts on the same one. I don't want people seeing my other assets. Wuss. I've already seen you with your shirt off. Uno reverse card, plus 20% on earnings. My October calls hope so. Made an emergency stream. Amazing, Fluffy. Yellen just confirmed recession is inevitable. Yeah, no shit. That wasn't a comment on you, Roberto. I wasn't shooting the messenger. I'm glad you're here with me, here at the end of all things, Gurk. Who's ready for economic collapse? This guy. If there's a market crash, will wheat go down with the market? I'd imagine wheat would go up. It's a commodity. I just asked Alexa how to front run your trades, and I was redirected to the SEC website. Jesus Christ. My water bottle fell over and dented my floor. Do you like trading on WeBull over Fidelity? I hate trading on Fidelity. I usually just keep shares and stuff at Fidelity. I do not like their UI. Did you ever figure out insurance? No. You're lucky it was only half full, or it would have dropped straight through the apartment below you. It's about half the size of a fire hydrant. What's a recession? Also, does this mean I can finally afford a house in SoCal? Soon. I wonder if they'll take GME TRS shares as down payment. Dude, you just loan your shares out of the infinity pool, bro. Do you know we've started calling you the Persian James Corden, master of weeklies? No, but whatever. I'm glad you never found a storage place to store your physical oil. I sold the contracts. You gonna play full bowl for the hour wait? No. We fucking called it today, guys. Flat as a goddamn pancake. Excitement. Look at all that closing bid action. Woo. Don't stream earnings for these thirst traps. Yeah, now finally something can fucking happen. Jesus Christ. All right. So I'm going to take off for about 45 minutes. I'll get the new stream set up for earnings and we'll discuss the business. See you in 45.